T1 International is a global type 1 diabetes charity advocating for everyone with type 1 diabetes around the world. We support local communities and individuals by giving them the tools and the resources to stand up for their rights and to make long-term change so that access to insulin and diabetes supplies is a reality for generations to come. Type 1 diabetes is a non-preventable chronic condition that requires multiple injections of insulin every day and constant monitoring of blood sugar levels. Without injections of insulin, a person with type 1 diabetes will not survive, and they can die within days or hours. We have wonderful partners around the world who are already helping people with type 1 diabetes in their country and working to change things on a sustainable level. We provide resources and support to them to make their advocacy stronger. We also have an amazing team of global advocate volunteers around the world who are living with type 1 diabetes in 10 different countries. They help us understand the challenges of life with diabetes where they are, and we offer advocacy training so that they can confidently stand up for their rights and have a strong action plan for change.
People in the US are dying, and people all around the world are dying because they don't have access to a medication that was meant to be accessible to everyone in the first place.
Diabetes is known as a rich man's disease, as it is quite expensive.
The life with diabetes here in Tanzania is a bit challenging due to the number of factors like high price in glucose strips and machine.
T1 have produced a lot of information that is very vital.
They provided me with the advocacy toolkit that provided me with the necessity and the tools required to implement a law or regulation.
By supporting T1 International, we are fighting together as one in creating a better life for all the type 1s all over the globe.
T1 International gives advocates like me the tools to make change.
In our country, we are using this toolkit to push for our government to give us tax exemption on insulin and other diabetes management supplies.
It gives a north for who is working with advocacy, and it unifies their speech. That makes the advocate role more objective and more achievable.
We have organizations like this, we have a hope for a brighter tomorrow.
Rather than directly provide insulin and supplies, we work towards sustainable change in 4 other ways. We share stories of people living with type 1 diabetes around the world. We make sure that their voices are heard and that you can understand some of the challenges of living with type 1 diabetes where they are. We connect individuals and organizations to each other around the world so that they can learn from each other and so that we can provide them with information and support to amplify the amazing work they're already doing. We push for and collect better data about access to insulin and diabetes supplies issues around the world. We advocate and campaign for change. We not only support grassroots advocates through projects like our toolkit and advocacy training, but we work on higher level advocacy as well. T1 International's funding is mainly made up of individual donations from people who support our cause and from trusts and foundations, typically in the UK, but sometimes in the rest of the world. On principle, T1 International does not accept funding from pharmaceutical companies because we wish to remain as independent as possible and to not be influenced in our ability to speak out freely. We are truly passionate about bringing the diabetes community together, as well as other stakeholders and partners, to ensure that no one needlessly dies because they can't access their insulin or diabetes supplies.
Hello. Hi, and welcome to T1 International's Insulin for All workshop, Advocate, Don't Celebrate. It is 100 years after the discovery of insulin, so we honor the discoverers and the miracle of insulin, but we will not celebrate the pharmaceutical industry's greed and the fact that 1 out of every 2 people in need of insulin globally cannot access or afford it. As most of you know, I'm Elizabeth Feaster, the founder and executive director of T1 International. The video you just watched was from 2016. While it gives a good overview of the work that T1 International has done and continues to do, we have come such a long way since then. Back then, we were still a purely volunteer-run nonprofit. We were building this organization from the ground up with no industry funding and lots of grit and determination. We were starting to formalize our advocacy training and organizing approach, which would lead us to where we are today. If you attended the workshop last year, you saw that it was the first time that we had a bigger paid staff team, and this year we're a team of 11 across our global and US entities. The team and all of our presenters have worked incredibly hard to bring you today's workshop sessions. Special thanks to Allison Hart and Liz Stewie for taking on so much often unseen work behind the scenes to make this possible. Our whole team and our community is truly amazing. This past year has been heavy for many of us. It's been a time of seemingly unending global challenges and crises, mental health trials, and generally a lot of ups and downs. Despite it all, our community of advocates facing their own health challenges and pandemic-related concerns have continued to uplift and support each other. And most importantly, perhaps, they have continued to fight for the change that our diabetes community so desperately needs. Throughout this past year, T1 International has also undergone an in-depth process of community engagement as we prepare our strategic plan for the next few years ahead. We sought deep input from our community to ensure that the priorities of our advocates are truly and fully reflected within our priorities at T1 International. More on that coming after the workshop, so stay tuned. Though we're small and have grown rapidly, we're doing our best to be intentional about our growth and to remain true to our roots. We are still that organization from 2016 that you saw in the video. We've stayed the path of being patient-led, pharma-free, and powerful in our grassroots advocacy. That's thanks to each and every one of you who have engaged on social media, reached out to your policymakers, connected with someone about the issues, made a donation, and so much more. So thank you for supporting T1 International and making the Insulin for All movement what it is. We couldn't do it without you, and truly we're stronger together. We're going to win the global fight for insulin for all because so many lives depend on it. So thank you again and enjoy the workshop.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Liz, for kicking off this year's workshop here in 2021. And I want to speak for the whole team and saying thank you for all the hard work that you've done. Truly, you're the reason we're all here today, so we appreciate that. To introduce myself, my name is Ian, and I'm the communications coordinator here at T1 International. I'm also a person living with type 1 diabetes. I've had type 1 diabetes for about 2 to 3 years now, 2.5. And we're all so glad that you've joined us here at T1 International's Insulin for All workshop, where the theme this year is Advocate, Don't Celebrate. So I'll be your guide today. I'm going to be our host, our MC, as we move from session to session, and we cover a wide range of relevant and meaningful topics as they relate to the insulin price crisis that we're facing across the globe and advocacy surrounding the Insulin for All movement. So we do have short breaks built in throughout the day, but if you need to grab a snack, stretch your legs, get some water, please do whatever you need to feel comfortable and take care. All of today's sessions are going to be recorded, so you can look at them at YouTube for anything you might have missed or want to catch up on. Before we dive in, a few pieces of housekeeping to do. You will see that there is a chat available to everyone in the workshop. We're thrilled to have our entire community connecting here in this space. We ask that you utilize the direct chat feature for any kind of side conversations. And if you would like to send a message, a comment, a question visible to everyone, please hit the everyone button on the chat window. For sessions that we have that include, any kind of Q&A and things like that, we're going to do our best to answer as many questions as possible. We may not get to all of them, but feel free to talk to us after the workshop, shoot us an email, a message at contact@T1 International, and we're more than happy to get back to you, make sure we're answering all of these questions. So if you need any help in regards to chat or Zoom, please send a message to Liz S. She is our amazing program coordinator, and she has done so much awesome work on the back end to make sure that we are all here today and we can all hear and listen to each other. And look at that, she's already posted. So in regards to the chats, we're an open, welcoming community. We ask that all participants be respectful and kind with any questions and comments you have, not only to each other, but to our speakers as well. We also have an option for live captioning on the right-hand corner of your screen. You'll see a live red button and a drop-down menu that says view stream on custom live streaming service. This will open a transcript for all of our sessions so that you can read along if you can't hear us properly or this or that. If you would just like to read along, please feel free to use that feature. So getting into the actual workshop, we're pleased to share our 100 years from gift to greed video. Some of you have already likely seen this in the past. It was developed by our wonderful team here at T1 International, alongside the artist Miss Diabetes, who, if you follow any of our social channels, I'm sure you've seen as well. This version has a very special ending that includes many members of our community. It might include yourself. So we hope you like it, and showing you that video now. So thank you all for being here. It's a really awesome video. It can be at times upsetting, anger-inducing, but at the same time, we hope that you find it inspiring. Speaking of inspiring and hopeful, our keynote speaker today is the professor of medicine at the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota, the United States. He devotes his research to the practice of careful and kind care. He is an endocrinologist and health services researcher. Dr. Victor Montori is the author of more than 700 peer-reviewed publications. He is a recognized expert in evidence-based diabetes care and shared decision-making. A co-developer of the concept of minimally disruptive medicine, he is the author of the book Why We Revolt, a patient revolution for careful and kind care. Born and raised in Lima, Peru, we are pleased to pronounce and introduce Dr. Victor Montori's words with you now.
Hello, my name is Victor Montori, and I'm delighted to be joining you for the T1 International meeting, and honored to give the keynote speech. I trained in Peru during the years of hyperinflation and extreme corruption. This affected everything, including the health services. Patients could not get the care they needed, and I, as a clinician in training, could not care for them, even though I knew what was appropriate, what was necessary, what was required. The possibility of care was around the corner, but for these patients, it was simply not available, simply not accessible. This injustice turned our efforts to care into experiences of cruelty and trauma. And yet, care, that fundamental human activity, lived on. And in this picture, you can see a father noticing the desperate situation of his son, reaching out to him, responding with compassion. And this fundamental human activity of noticing and responding is what we call care. And I think this is central to our discussions today, because everyone has the right to be cared for, and all of us have the obligation to respond and care. But care starts with noticing a problem, noticing a problematic human situation, appreciating the patient's challenge in high definition, and then it requires us to respond effectively with compassion and with competence. This effort of care brings us together. Here is a cathedral by Rodin, and these are two hands, not from the same person, from different people coming together, the fingertips almost touching, and the hands creating a space, a sacred space. He called it the cathedral, a sacred space in which this noticing and responding, this caring activity takes place. We come together to care, and one of the features of the world in which we live in is that it is, as it warms up in temperature, it cools off in its ability to care for and about each other. We live in a state of solidarity deficiency. And while caring is it's its own energy, its own sustainable form of energy, renewable form of energy, that creates joy when we have the opportunity to respond well and with all that we need to the problematic situation of the other. When the elements to care are missing, we suffer. The patient suffers, the clinician suffers. The humans, as they come together, become frustrated and cannot care. Fast forward, and I care for patients in environments like this. In the outpatient setting, I take care of people with diabetes, and I work in the richest country in the world with all the resources that are necessary, and yet My patients have challenges in accessing the supplies they need, accessing the insulin they need to live full and complete lives. What an injustice, what a difficulty, what a challenge, what a failure of our communities and our societies to respond to the problematic situation of patients with diabetes, and to notice it and respond so inadequately, such that we don't guarantee access to insulin to everyone that needs it. And what is the problem? I mean, in Peru, the problem was poverty and corruption, incompetence. What is the problem here? Well, we put forward that the healthcare system has become industrialized. We process patients and has forgotten its fundamental mission, has corrupted the purpose that it has. It has corrupted its mission, and it has stopped caring. And one of the ways in which the system demonstrates that is by how central to the functioning of the system is greed. And greed works in a number of ways, but here it's important to notice that greed works through a combination of frustration and seduction. The seduction, of course, comes in the form of new products and new devices, moving insulin from something that we extracted from the pancreases of animals to something that was synthesized in bacterial cultures and then synthesized in the lab with changes, chemical changes that make it work better, safer, faster, with devices that allow us to create closed loops and make things safer and more seamless, allowing for the person's capacity to be directed not at the disease and its care, but actually to the pursuit of their lives and loves. And that is so seductive, and we appreciate that development. But greed also comes with frustrations. That you need to live is not available, is not accessible to you. And so again, we approach healthcare seeking care, and we experience cruelty. We walk away with trauma. And yet, we have to come back and recognize that as a society, we must notice that problem. We must notice that problematic societal situation. And we have an obligation to respond. It is our responsibility to come back to that situation with solidarity, with care, with advocacy. And when we do so, we make our communities better. We make our planet more sustainable, because the purpose of caring for the person, for our families, for our communities, for our cities, for our neighborhoods, for our planet, is to make the world a place that is in which we can live easier lives, we can live healthier lives, we can live safe lives, and we can live fulfilling and lives in which we can flourish. Advocacy is a key way in which we can care. And I'm showing you this picture because it is a unique circumstance. I was taking my son to a soccer game, Minnesota United in St. Paul, and we stopped by the St. Paul Capitol. The family of Alex Smith was holding a rally. This is 2008, and we had learned about this, and we decided to stop and carry some signs, and I was invited to speak at this rally. But the key reason I'm showing you this is because we don't really know what is a win when it comes to advocacy. And I put here a QR code so you can link to the wonderful work, this preface to Advocacy, which was written by Erin Gilmer, who I had the enormous fortune to meet and interact and learn from. And she left us this preface to Advocacy in addition to her wonderful blog. And in it, she alerts us that we need to be careful that when we get a big win, not be dissatisfied simply because we know that our goal is much bigger, but also that when we have a small win, not to rule it out as worthless. Because we really do not know what impact those small wins will have over time. In particular, in this picture, I do not know what it is doing to the heart and the mind of my son, of his friend on the far right of this picture, or of that girl in the back with that t-shirt that says stupid pancreas. What is he doing to their view of the world that this group of concerned citizens, of humans, have noticed and have decided to respond through advocacy? How would that shape the way they see the world, and how would that shape the way they work and function in the world? It fills me with hope. And talking about hope, this is a Sagrada Familia in Barcelona, a church that is always under construction and in which generations have been adding details to make it more beautiful. The point of this is that the people that started to imagine and build this church are no longer with us. They never saw their mission completed. And perhaps when we pursue something that is worthwhile, it's better to imagine it as something that perhaps we will not see fully accomplished, but we can walk towards it. We can walk towards a hopeful utopia. Let me break this down quickly. Hopeful. What is hope? Hope, according to Rebecca Solnit, is that way of looking at the future in which we're not optimists. We don't think that the future is going to be great just because, regardless of what we do. But we are hopeful because of what we do today. We have a better chance, even if it's a small chance, but a better chance that the future will be better. So the source of hope is our actions today. And what about this utopia? Well, the Galeano tells a story that explains the value of utopia. A student asked the teacher, well, why do we need utopias? And the teacher explained, that utopias are like the horizon. You walk 5 steps towards the horizon, and the horizon takes 5 steps back. You walk 10 steps towards the horizon, and the horizon takes 10 steps back. So what is this horizon for? What is a utopia for? The teacher responds, for walking in the direction of our goals, for walking in a direction that gives us hope, for walking in the direction of solidarity, for walking in the direction of careful and kind care for everyone, for walking in the direction of a world in which we can live better because we decided together to care. And that is fundamentally the reason we all work together to advocate for a better world for everyone, particularly for our patients with diabetes, particularly for making sure that we have insulin for all. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a wonderful meeting.
Really powerful words there. Care is one of our greatest resources as advocates. It's one of the most powerful tools we have to create change in the world that we live in. We're incredibly grateful to have heard from Dr. Montori. Thank you so much. To learn more about the Patient Revolution, please visit patientrevolution.org, and we'll drop that below in the chat as well. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being a part of T1 International's Insulin for All workshop. For those who don't know me, my name is Noah Averbach-Katz. I'm an actor, probably best known for playing a blue alien on Star Trek Discovery. I'm an insulin activist, and I've been a type 1 diabetic since 2003. I first started getting involved with the T1 International when during the pandemic, I connected with people who had lost their access to insulin and gave them whatever surplus supplies I had, which was followed shortly after by me and my online community, made up mostly of Star Trek fans, live long and prosper, raising about $12,000 in funds. Now, we all know the story, but from the time I was diagnosed in 2003 until the present, here in the United States, the price of insulin has gone up by about 500%. And still around the world, 1 in 2 people cannot reliably access or afford the insulin that they need to stay alive. As we honor the centennial of the discovery of insulin, I and T1 International encourage you not to celebrate, but to advocate, so we can make Dr. Banting's gift to the world a reality for 100% of people in need, not just 1 in 2. To that end, I'd like to invite you to participate in T1 International's 1 in 2 challenge. All you have to do to participate is upload a picture, a graphic, or a selfie that illustrates what 1 in 2 means to you. You can add the hashtags Insulin for All and Insulin 1 in 2, post it on whatever social media channels you use, and tag a friend to challenge them to do the same. I made my own 1 in 2 image here. I'm going to take a quick selfie. I'll add about 40 filters to that, and then I'll post it on my social media. And the person I'm going to challenge is actually all of you. I challenge you to put your own image up as well. Now you can make your own image like mine here. I expect it to be a whole lot prettier than mine because I'm terrible at graphic design. Or you can use some of the amazing graphics that T1 International has provided. You can find those as well as more information about this digital demonstration at t1international.com/digital demo. And lastly, if you're able, I also encourage you to donate directly to T1 International. It shows your support for a diabetes advocacy organization that doesn't take money from pharmaceutical companies. And it also helps further the goal of ensuring that 100% of people in need have access to insulin and are able to afford insulin, not just 1 in 2. I'd like to personally thank each of you for your participation, your hard work, and your persistence. Thank you all, and enjoy the workshop.
I love that guy. Our sincerest thanks to Noah for all of his support. And we hope that all of you watching these sessions will join us throughout the day and through the next couple of days in sharing what 1 in 2 means to you. And if you've missed it on our socials, here's Dr. Montori showing his support as well. We're grateful to each and every single one of you who has participated so far. It's been an awesome campaign to get a glimpse of people with type 1 diabetes from across the world has been truly magical. We're going to drop in the link or in the chat below a link to the digital demo page on our website. That'll give you more information in terms of how to post. And there will also be graphics and things that you can use if you don't want to take a picture of yourself. So feel free to check that out. We're looking forward to seeing your posts. So next, we're going to hear from our Global Perspectives panel, moderated by my colleague, Katie Soros, the global advocacy consultant here at T1 International. So without further ado, Katie, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you, Ian. I'm so happy to be here today, and I'm so happy to be doing this work with our Global Advocacy Network and with T1 International. As Ian said, my name is Katie Soros. I have had type 1 diabetes myself for about 16 years now. And I'm just so excited to welcome you all to our Global Perspectives panel. So today we're going to hear from several of our advocates who are working around the world to address the most pressing needs facing people with diabetes in their communities. And after the videos, you'll have a chance to have your questions answered. So we'll play all the videos before we answer questions, but feel free to go ahead and pop your questions into the chat as they come up for you. I'll read them out afterwards. First up, we have Chelsea Dang from the USA talking about her journey to advocacy after her daughter's diagnosis with type 1 diabetes. So I'll let Chelsea take it away in her video.
Hi everybody, my name is Chelsea. This is my daughter Coral. Hi. And we currently live in Los Angeles, California, but we are from Oahu, Hawaii, in the middle of the Pacific.
Thank you for joining us. We are here today to talk about affordability and access to insulin in the US. We were born on Oahu, Honolulu, Hawaii, and we are part Native Hawaiian through bloodline, not geographical, Native American, Chinese, and Okinawan. Coral was diagnosed back home on Oahu when she was only 15 months old on March 11, 2016. She would have died from diabetes ketoacidosis, or DKA, if we hadn't contacted her pediatrician with concerns of her wetting her bed and excessive thirst 3 days prior. Shortly after that scary weekend in the PICU at Kapiolani Medical Center, we quickly realized how expensive it is to afford insulin, her lifelong diabetes supplies, along with the cost of living in Hawaii, which is now the most expensive state in the entire US. My husband sought better wages in the mainland, and so we reluctantly left Hawaii in August 2016. A few years later, we had Kyla, our second daughter, who is now 2 years old. We're thankful to have medical insurance from my husband's employer. However, many fellow Americans or those living in the US are on Medicaid, Medicare, or some kind of costly private insurance, if any. We advocate so Cora and millions of insulin-dependent diabetics will never have to worry about being able to afford insulin or risk rationing, DKA, or death. It's a tragedy, and it should not be happening in a wealthy modern country like the US. We joined T1 International several months ago as digital advocates, but have been advocating since Coral was diagnosed in 2016 through social media, our website, and online shop. Our goal by 2040 is to urge Congress to pass legislation nationwide to lower the list price of insulin, break down patent barriers, mandate out-of-pocket transparency between insurers and PBMs. We want this to happen before Coral's 26th birthday or when she's no longer covered by our insurance. As of 2020, at least 1.6 million Americans were living with type 1 diabetes. 64,000 people are diagnosed each year. 5 million people in the US are expected to have T1D by 2050. That number will likely increase due to COVID-19 causing autoimmune diseases in people of all ages. Between 2001 to 2009, there was a 21% increase in the prevalence of T1D in ages under 20. About 210,000 youth under 20 years of age have T1D. The number of newly diagnosed adolescents and children with T1D was already increasing before the pandemic. I want to say about almost every month a parent of a newly diagnosed child has messaged me on Instagram. Coral's endocrinologist office in Los Angeles, California has also seen an increase in young, newly diagnosed patients. Insulin needs for an adult with type 1 diabetes are typically higher than children or adolescents with T1D due to varying insulin sensitivities, lifestyles, and hormones. Adults typically need about 24 units average a day, while adolescents need about 10 units, and 12 years old or younger need about 7 units average a day. The average cost of one vial of analog human insulin is between $285 to $300. The average spend on a CGM, depending on the brand, for a 90-day supply is between $390 to $1,840. There are 3 major entities that are taking the most profit from patients within the U.S. healthcare system. They are manufacturers, pharmacy benefit managers, and insurance companies. All of them like to point fingers at each other to see who takes the most profit from who. First, let's talk about PBMs in the U.S. Pharmacy benefit managers are companies that manage prescription drug benefits on behalf of health insurers, Medicare Part D drug plans, large employers, and other payers. They negotiate with drug manufacturers and pharmacies to control drug spending, taking the largest discounts and passing on most of the cost to patients. There are over 20 different PBMs in the US. Here are some of them: OptumRx, MedImpact, Magellan Rx Management, Express Scripts, CVS Caremark, and Capital RX. While PBMs are a big part of the problem, according to a 2019 Pew report, manufacturers retain nearly 10 times the amount PBMs make from prescription drug sales. Pew Research Center is a nonpartisan fact tank that informs the public about the issues, attitudes, and trends shaping the world. They conduct public opinion polling, demographic research, content analysis, and other data-driven social science research. They do not take policy positions. The fact that drug manufacturers are making hundreds of billions of dollars off of patients should piss anybody off. We've talked about the issues within the U.S. healthcare system. Let's talk about proposals to regulate PBMs. Policymakers have considered 3 principal reforms: require greater transparency around rebates, ban spread pricing, require PBMs to pass through rebates directly to patients. PBMs could also base prices on total health benefits and weight of costs on patients' lifelong care or chronic medical conditions like diabetes. Some proposals to improve the U.S. healthcare system include allowing room for innovation, open the market up to new insulin manufacturers. More competition equals more affordability. Look into openinsulin.org, an organization run by type 1 diabetics themselves, manufacturing their own insulin. Knock down patent barriers from big pharma to lead to biosimilar insulins and next generation insulins like Fios, super fast acting, or glucose responsive insulin. We can also write to the FDA to request newer and safe formulas of insulin and medications for ages 4 and up. Legislation should also achieve access and affordability for all, lower and more transparent out-of-pocket costs. Health plans and pharmacy benefit managers should ensure rebates reduce the out-of-pocket costs for all patients with diabetes. Congress needs to lower the list prices of insulin and let patients choose which insulin works best for them.
Join our fight. Visit T1International.com and join your local Insulin for All chapter. Thank you. Mahalo. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Chelsea. That was a wonderful video. It was so informative, and I really love how you lay out how the structure of the US healthcare system affects insulin pricing in the United States for us. Next up, we'll hear from Sobia Aziz Siddiqui, who is in Pakistan, and her video will talk about some of the issues that the organization she works with is working on there.
Hello everyone, I'm Sobia Aziz Siddiqui from Pakistan. I'm living with type 1 diabetes since 2011. It's a pleasure to be here and present on this wonderful workshop. I'm associated with Meethi Zindagi Pakistan since 2018. Meethi Zindagi, a non-profit organization founded in 2017, is a people-centric organization, valuing the diabetes community as key stakeholder in everything we do. High prices of insulin is a global issue, and the prices of diabetes supply still skyrocketing despite the government claim that they reduce the cost of medicine. Here I mentioned some of the insulin prices. In US dollars, it seems very little, but in Pakistan, these are still unapproachable for various because most of the population here lives under the poverty line. Not only type 1 diabetes community is suffering, but also the type 2 diabetes community is suffering because of high prices of medicines. New technologies are invented for people with type 1 diabetes every day, but still various can't even afford a single vial of insulin. The new technologies here are unapproachable because single sensor price of freestyle liver is $66.04 US. Or for the pump or CGM, people can't even consider. Meethi Zindagi, our promise of insulin program is to provide insulin and diabetes support to the children whose families can't even afford it. Currently, we are supporting 160 children in 28 cities and towns across Pakistan. We are now approaching one by one to various cities of Pakistan. And whenever a child with diabetes of Pakistan is in need, we are inching closer and closer to reach them and support them. We are not only providing support with diabetes supplies, but also spreading awareness for education. Like in various underprivileged areas, there is a huge problem of electricity. So we are also giving them knowledge that how to store insulin in the absence of electricity. Here I mentioned some of the stories. One is Farida, who is from Islamabad. She diagnosed last year. Her mother shared their experience like, when doctor told them how much insulin is important for Farida, so they tried their best. But after a few months, they realized it is impossible for them to afford insulin on monthly basis. Aryan, diagnosed at the age of 5. Under promise of insulin campaign, Meethi Zindagi sent messages in different cities. One such message was received by Aryan's family. His father is a security guard, and they said it is difficult decision when you have only $30 in your pocket and you have to choose between food or insulin for your child. Now our organization is arranging diabetes camp or therapy days. In diet camp, we are spreading awareness education to different age people, like to kids, like to youngster or adults, and where they learn about insulin action, food handling, use of technology, diabetes management through various different activities. In therapy days, we also call them tea days, where we sit together and talk about what problems we are facing because of diabetes over a cup of tea. We are very thankful to Type 1 International because after their guidance, we have now an advocacy team where now we are working on gathering data through surveys to find out how many people in Pakistan can't access insulin and what barriers there are between them and insulin. Advocates from Pakistan also submitted comments with Type 1 International in support of adding analogs to the essential medical list. And they also mentioned here that how NPH devastated their life or how much they will be grateful if WHO add analogs in their essential medicine list. We are stronger when we are together. So we are very thankful to T1 International who introduced us with various other advocates from around the world. Or we are also thankful to T1 International because they supported us or they also showed us the path to start our journey towards advocacy. They have also provided us the advocacy tools. Thank you very much, T1 International, for your support.
It's so wonderful to hear what Subia and others at Medes and Dagi are doing to help care for children with diabetes in Pakistan and educate the community in general there. I just want to remind everyone as well that you can pop for our panelists into the chat box at any point now or towards the end of the presentations. So next, we will transition over to a presentation from Tino Tendazikiti in Zimbabwe.
Greetings. Thank you for having me. Tino Tendazikiti here present to give the Zimbabwe insulin update. And my presentation will focus on 5 key elements, which are the background of insulin, the supply of insulin, the access of insulin, and the affordability and how I'm advocating towards insulin for all. To start with the background, insulin was firstly used in the year 1960 during the colonial period of Zimbabwe. However, insulin was officially approved in the year 1980. And Zimbabwe has never manufactured insulin domestically, and thus we depend on 100% importation. The Medicines Control Authority of Zimbabwe is in a transition to approve of the recent modern insulin since it started. Unregistered or unauthorized medicines come into the country through unofficial routes. Now moving on to the supply of insulin. Supply of insulin has improved over the years and it still is improving. Both the private and the public sectors are involved in the supply of insulin, and it is undoubted that Zimbabwe has mutual relationships with manufacturers from overseas. Thus, we have proper supply of insulin over the years. Moving on to the access of insulin. The access of insulin in Zimbabwe has not been fully addressed to meet the needs of all the users from around the country. Insulin is regularly available in the urban areas, whereas users in the less remote areas are always found wanting. Patients or carers do have to embark on 200 to 400 kilometers in the hope to access the insulin they need. Inaccessibility of insulin has led to some patients resorting to the then old insulins. Now moving on to the affordability of insulin. Affordability of insulin is a very delicate situation in Zimbabwe, with an average monthly salary of $94, the human insulin ranging from between $9 to $16 a single vial, depending on where you are, analog insulin ranging from $27 to $30 a pen set. And approximately you need a monthly budget of about $100 to $200 on insulin only. Now, insulin rationing has become part of the diabetic life in Zimbabwe. Patients have and are neglecting to administer their usual dosages at times. Some type 1 diabetic patients have abandoned insulin, switching to metformin, which is a common drug for type 2 diabetic patients. Most patients are not fully aware of the DKA and other complications due to the lack of insulin. Now, I'll share briefly on how I'm advocating towards insulin for all. Through my work with Zimbabwe Diabetes Association, we are fully engaged with the local Ministry of Health and Childcare, and every step and every contribution that we are making is towards the insulin for all, to make sure that everyone else can get the access to the medication that they need, and to realize that insulin is also a human right and not a privilege. And I'm also involved with Zimbabwe Insulin for All chapter, where we are still working on our action plans, which we are hoping that in the near future we are going to have insulin for all as a reality, as we are continuing to getting engaged, working with every board that is advocating for insulin in Zimbabwe or any other medication that we have in Zimbabwe. And currently I'm part of the team that is working on compiling voices from around Africa, 100 Voices, that we are going to launch this project on the 14th of November, where we are hoping that it will get the momentum that we're hoping for it to do, so that our voices will be raised, and all these people that are contributing to this are the people that have had challenges with regards to the access of insulin. And lastly, I got involved with Health Action International, where we are also advocating towards insulin for all together with T1I International. And in conclusion, I'll summarize my presentation. There seems to be an inverse relationship between the supply and access of insulin. Supply has improved over the years and it still is improving. Access of insulin has not been fully addressed to meet the needs of all its users. Unaffordability has made people to ration, neglect, and switching to type 2 diabetes medication. And allow me to close by saying, long live to the Insulin for All advocates. Let's get involved, let's get engaged, let's come up together and demand the change that we need. Insulin for All and Unite for Diabetes. Thank you.
We're so appreciative of Tino Tenda and our other volunteers in Zimbabwe who are working tirelessly for Insulin for All. And it's wonderful in that presentation. It's helpful really to hear how Tino Tenda highlights that the issues facing people in rural areas and urban areas are quite different. And that's an important thing for us to remember. Again, go ahead and pop those questions into the chat and we'll transition to our last video from Marian Garcia de Alba from Mexico.
Hello to every member of this amazing global network that I recently joined. I am super happy and excited to be here today, and I feel honored to be able to share my experience with type 1 diabetes in Mexico, which is my country. So I'm going to start by quickly introducing myself. My name is Marian Garcia de Alba. As I told you, I am from Mexico. I was born and raised in Guadalajara, which is a big city, but then moved 4 years ago to Puerto Vallarta, which is in the coast. I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes 15 years ago, and I'm a realtor, and also I'm a teacher, a preschool teacher and an ESL teacher. So I'm going to run some slides for you and share my screen to tell you how what the current situation here in Mexico is for people with diabetes. There we go. Okay, first, my reason. As I told you, I was diagnosed in 2006 at the age of 18. And throughout the years, I realized how important it was to educate and create awareness around type 1 diabetes in Mexico, since it is almost an invisible disease. People with diabetes are constantly discriminated and rejected for jobs in universities and schools, sports teams, and elsewhere. Mexico's current population is 127.8 million. Out of that, 10% of the population has diabetes, and only 1% of those diagnosed with diabetes have type 1. Diabetes is the cause number 2 of death in Mexico. There's no national record or census for type 1, only estimations. And we have a situation here with the government because there is a lot of corruption, sadly, and the government usually diverts the money that is destined for the public health system, and they steal all the time. I'm going to tell you just about one case that it was huge globally. An ex-governor of Veracruz, which is a state, he diverted 3 million pesos that were destined to help kids with cancer, and they were giving them distilled water instead of what they needed, instead of the treatment for cancer. Just to set an example, to give you an example of the corruption that there is here in the country. Many people with diabetes had to ration food and insulin to survive due to the COVID global pandemic and undelivered supplies that it cost, included me. I had to do it for almost 3 months. And as a teacher and as a realtor, I bump into people that have diabetes and type 1 diabetes specifically too. So I'm going to tell you one story that really, really touched me. I was in the office one day and this guy, Roberto Carlos, gave us a call to ask if we could help him to sell his house. So we went there and he told us how in 6 years he lost sight in one eye and the other had blurry vision. He wanted to sell his house for just a few bucks just to get eye surgery and be able to see again. He was taken to an eye checkup and told he needed to get some general tests, and then he was diagnosed with type 1. And as we were helping him out and gathering money and taking him to doctors, sadly, one morning, some people that used to live with him gave us a call and told us that he died. And I'm going to tell you about the costs. The average cost of living with diabetes here is $275 per month, while the minimum wage is $10 per day. 10 millimeters of Humalog are $56. 50 blood test strips, 1-2 Ultra, are $37. And the freestyle libre sensors are not always available, and just a few can afford them. You can get 2 for $145. For instance, here in Puerto Vallarta, which is a small town still, it's not a big city, it is hard to get them. They have them at Costco, they sell them there, but it's sometimes they have them, sometimes they don't, so I have to go to Guadalajara to buy them. And well, the main issues here in Mexico is the lack of proper and updated education, the access to treatment, the government corruption, as I told you before, and that there is no standard practice or system. About the government corruption, almost 80% of the people here rely on the public health system. So it's really sad because they don't usually get the insulin or any treatment they need. And there's no standard practice or system at all. Now, what I plan to do with the help of T1I International and my advocacy focus is raising awareness. How am I going to do this? First, I'm going to start in the schools, because I used to work in many schools here. So I already talked to the principals and they opened somehow the doors for me. And I'm going to run an educational program in schools for both staff and students with an included Diabetes 101 guidebook. In this program, they would learn about the symptoms, how to and who to approach if there are some, diabetes devices and tools, and what to do in case of a low or a high. And this is why if you empower through knowledge, that's how we change things. And that's what I aim for here with type 1 diabetes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Marian. It's amazing to hear what our global advocates, digital advocates, and global advocacy partners are accomplishing in their communities. I'd like to now welcome all of our panelists to the live Q&A. And so if we could go ahead and have Chelsea enter the Q&A. Great. Okay, and now Sobia.
I can't see them.
All right. Hi, Chelsea. Hi, Cora. Hi.
Hi.
It's great to see you both. Yes, thank you so much for your video. We'll go ahead and get Sobia into the panel as well. Here she is. Hi, Sobia. So good to see you.
Really hard.
Hello, everyone.
Thanks for being with us today. All right, we can bring Tino Tinda in.
I think I saw a question in the chats about the monetary comparisons in each country, the monthly income in each country.
Yes.
I wasn't able to go into detail with each individual state's average or medium income, I should say, for the US compared to, cost of insulin, because, it's way more complex in that there's only about 11 states within the US that have insulin price caps within the whole 50 states in the US. So I did compile parts of research for that separately, and I'd be happy to answer that more either on direct emails or on Instagram or Twitter when we have more time. I'd be happy to answer that question with the direct sources.
Great. Thank you, Chelsea. That's something that your presentation really gave us a great overview of, is how different it can be state to state and insurance plan in the United States, which is complicating. And I just want to go ahead and welcome Marian as well to the panel. Good to see you. Great.
Hi, thank you.
So thank you, Chelsea, for going ahead and answering that question. I'm just going to read it out for the other panelists as well. So we had a question from Allison that many of the panelists mentioned the monthly cost for insulin and or diabetes supplies. Could anybody else in the panel, Tino, Marian, or Sobia, talk about how that compares to the average monthly income in your countries? And anyone can start. I know, Sobia, you mentioned this in your presentation as well.
Yes, I mentioned it. For example, I mentioned one of the slides, like one person monthly income is about $120 US. Or the cost of insulin, they are spending money on insulin is about equal to, if we compare these ratios of $35 to $40 with the monthly income of $20, so it is so hard for them to manage their diabetes supplies or for their other household things. So it is.
Sobia, I think we're having a little difficulty hearing you. If I think it might be helpful
for them to maintain.
Hopefully some people heard you, Sobia. I was having a little trouble. So if you could type what you just said into the chat box, maybe while another panelist answers, I think that'll make sure everybody can hear your answer. Thank you so much. I'm going to mute now.
Oh, hello. Thank you. It's not in the here present. So I would say I greatly concur with what Chelsea has said. It is very difficult to come up with average monthly income of any other country as it is compared to how you can get the amount, the cost of insulin, because it is known, because you can actually go to the counter on a pharmacy and you get the price, but then it varies. But I would just have to mention, I know that Liz will be able to share a link that I gave to her. So basically I would say 250. And then, but I said that like during my presentation that for the cost of insulin, it could go as much as 200. And then your monthly salary is 250. So, which is going to be very difficult for you. You'd have less, maybe $50, remaining with $50 after insulin only. And you have to care for other people in the family. So yeah, it's a very difficult question, but yes, it's a very critical one. Thank you.
Thank you, Tino. Marian, do you want to add anything to this question?
Yeah, thank you, Katie. Well, I would also say that I added some of that information in my presentation, and I'd be happy to share more in a direct link. But same situation as everyone, I guess. It's really, really hard for people. There's a lot of poverty here, and it's super hard for people to access insulin and all of the supplies that they need. So if there's, I'll share another link with the information with more numbers. But yeah, it's almost the same as everyone else here.
Thank you. And that variability makes it really difficult to talk about this in many ways. And that's, I think, part of why we're all doing this work in our own communities. I'm going to go ahead to a question from our general audience, because I know that staff popped one in, but we'll just make sure we get through this. So what does the organizing and advocacy look like in your countries? How responsive is the local and federal government to hearing from you? Anyone who wants to add related to that question?
I can only speak on a personal level to this. I can't quite speak to each individual family because, again, it varies so vastly across every income bracket, every household, and it depends on, like your level of education and what you got access to. Hospital care is just, the healthcare system is really broken here in the US. I mean, they're charging $300 a vial for human insulin here. And given the climate of how it is with the government in the US, I'm sure you've heard it across the globe. I hate to say it, but we are very divided in so many levels, and it's very disheartening. So trying to get our voices through this static, I want to call it, it's difficult to reach out to the government because you've got division between the Republicans and the Democratic parties on, this global pandemic, how they're handling it or mishandling it. And then you've got the healthcare crisis, with diabetes being this epidemic that's been going on for decades. And so trying to get, to amplify each other's voices just on a social platform, and then trying to convince everybody, hey, please go to these links, read more about it. I'm constantly referring people to T1International.com because you guys are like one of the only biggest nonprofit organizations that does not take money from big pharma. And so if more people could help us advocate, become our allies, which means requiring action, write to your senators, write to your governors, email your hospitals, whatever it takes, take baby steps. Start from your healthcare providers, help them become your advocate, and get them to email the FDAs about big pharma, and maybe get samples in your office. Some endocrinologists are able to get samples, even if it's just 1 pen of long-acting or rapid-acting insulin. Email them. It takes a lot of perseverance, and it takes a lot of self-motivation and research. And that's something we did a lot the week she got diagnosed back in 2016. My husband's a former medical professor, so we know how to find these resources, but a lot of families don't. It's also why I started my info blog, my website, is to list all these resources. I put T1 International on there as well. There's also getinsulin.org. And I know this is a lot of information, but just really get your voices out there and help share each other's stories. And I found Twitter to be a lot more effective than Instagram, frankly, because you can actually put hyperlinks, clickable links with each tweet, and people can go to that and then retweet it and reshare it. And you can tag your governors, because a lot of governors and senators, they're on Twitter. They're not on Instagram. And a lot of these physicians, they're on Twitter. They're real physicians. I've looked them up. I go to see where they went to college and everything. Like, okay, this guy's legit. So that's just one way to get your voice out there in the simplest, fastest way. But it does take more action in emailing your governor. And frankly, they don't hear us. They're not hearing us.
Mm-hmm.
It's been 100 years. They're not hearing us. So I'm tagging the president. I've literally tagged POTUS multiple times. I'm like, hello, I'm right here. There's people dying, So sorry, yeah. I'm going on.
No, thank you, Chelsea. It's so important to highlight how this is long-term work, and it requires a lot of different strategies, and some we won't know which ones are effective, right? But we keep moving in all these different directions. I have seen that Sobia, we dropped her from the panel accidentally, or she accidentally got dropped, but she says that insulin access varies in urban versus rural areas. Besides insulin, they're also facing problems of not having much medical centers, hospitals in their areas, or some or no pharmacies in rural areas. Very unfortunately, we have to close this panel up, but I do just want to take 30 seconds if Tino and Marian each want to add anything related to their local governments or federal governments. And the chat is also, you could type in more if we want to.
Yeah, I would like to add something really quick, Katie. Thank you. As I mentioned in my presentation, here in Mexico, there's a lot of corruption from the government, but I'm going to talk from my own experience with my endo and my state. They have canceled many camps and campaigns that my doctor has done. So it's really, really hard. There's not a lot of support from the government, and they don't buy insulin or supplies for the public health system since last year. So it's really hard here in that matter.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'll go. I just want to drop something. Of course, Chelsea mentioned something about this. Yes, the advocacy in Zimbabwe, one thing you have to know, maybe people can just take this up as a note to say, before you go and start your advocacy, you have to research, you have to know what the government does, what the suppliers are doing in the country, so that before you go in and start to do your advocacy, maybe you might be starting to tackle things that are already addressed. But then it is very toxic with the policies that we have in Zimbabwe. You cannot just go with a placard. You would spend the night in prison. You cannot go because the policies that are put up they are to protect, maybe because they don't want people to be going outside advocating, but then advocating online as it is right now, I think it is going on well, but then you'd have to mention the facts, the things that they're doing well, and to say, okay, fine, we can improve in such an area. So then things will just have to go on well. So yeah, that's basically what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina Tinda. Thank you, everyone. We do need to close our panel now. If Sophia or anyone else has any other answers, please, panelists, go ahead and type those into the chat so we can all read them. Thank you all so much, and we so appreciate your work and your efforts.
Thank you all so much. It's really important to remember that, you know, we throw statistics around, but diabetes impacts human beings. It changes people's lives. And I want to thank all four of you so much for sharing your stories, for being with us on this journey. It's really hard to do. And on behalf of the entire team, we appreciate it. And I truly believe everyone in our audience really loved to hear kind of what you had to say. So thank you very much. Unfortunately, so many have paid the ultimate price when it comes to corporate greed. And unfortunately, we've lost a lot of people in our community due to insulin rationing. In the United States, there is a group that has been formed by a T1 International ambassador, Nicole Smith-Holt, to support those who have lost loved ones and decided to come together to advocate for change. And we're going to hear more about them now.
Megan was important to so many, and because of greed, she is gone.
It was February 7th of 2018 when I got the call that we had lost Jesse.
I received a phone call from his fiancée, Rose, that he was lying unconscious on the bathroom floor.
Jesse didn't just die from diabetic ketoacidosis. Jesse died because of the prohibitive cost of insulin.
They silenced my son, but they will not silence us.
$300 is what killed my sister.
People are struggling just to stay alive. I will not rest until there's a solution that provides affordable insulin and supplies to everyone.
Families United for Affordable Insulin is a T1 International group that provides outreach, counsel, and guidance for families grieving the loss of a loved one impacted by the insulin price crisis. It promotes affordable insulin for all who need it. We focus on supporting advocacy, turning our grief into action. We raise awareness and we make people pay attention through sharing our stories across a variety of platforms, providing testimony for legislative hearings, organizing direct actions, and working with media and film teams, and so much more.
We fight
so that no one else has to suffer the losses that we have.
We fight so that no one else has to die
because they cannot access the insulin that they need.
We fight for insulin for all.
To learn more about Families United for Affordable Insulin, feel free to visit our Facebook page or send me an email at nicole@t1international.com.
As part of Nicole's role as a T1 International ambassador and her commitment ongoing to education and advocacy surrounding diabetes, she's been deeply involved in an upcoming documentary called Pay or Die. We'd like to share a trailer of that project now, which featuring alongside Nicole, a number of actions taken directly by T1 International chapters in the United States and the Insulin for All movement, including our 2019 vigil directly outside of the insulin manufacturer Eli Lilly. We're proud to see so many of our Families United for Affordable Insulin members who came together at the vigil to share their stories and amplify their voices.
Growing up, Alec was busy.
Alec, come here, baby boy. Oh.
He always had to be doing something, and that never went away. You know, when he first got sick, he didn't dwell upon it. He didn't get angry.
He was just, I'm a type 1 diabetic, so I guess I have to deal with this. Alec died from diabetic ketoacidosis as a result of rationing his insulin.
Since 2008, 3 top manufacturers raised the list price of insulin at least 10 times.
The insulin was not affordable. He thought that he could make the little bit of insulin that he had left last until he got paid.
Insulin is the 6th most expensive liquid in the world. It's in the company's best interest to continue raising these prices. It's not in the best interest of patients.
They gave me like a stack of paperwork like this, and the nurse says, we don't really have anything on type 1 diabetes, but it's like the same thing. So they're completely different things. They just both have to do with the pancreas.
My counseling for patients with diabetes now includes a lot about how expensive this condition is going to be for them.
I don't want to be concerned about money. I don't want to think about it. I'm choosing not to think about money because I want to figure out how to live.
Can't afford to get medicine. So I come in here every 2 weeks, most of the time in ICU.
I've got the secret to insulin pricing. It's in the black box. They spend millions of dollars to make sure the box stays closed.
Just what's on the table, you're looking at a couple thousand.
This is what it takes to live.
For 1 month.
He was working and making a life for himself. Alec did not have insurance because he made too much money to qualify for a subsidy, and the plans that were offered were absolutely not affordable.
I just get nervous with health insurance companies and how they're gonna take care of me.
If someone out there is struggling with insulin affordability, I mean, it's black market resources.
I'm going to pick up some insulin. Some of that insulin is expiring.
Are you down for what?
Mom and I both have type 1 diabetes.
There was a time that we lived in our car. If Emma was with us, she would sleep in the back, and then we were in a homeless shelter. We had nothing. It's still easier to go to Canada and get insulin. In Canada, I'll be spending $514. At home, it's $2,750. It's crazy.
To get the broad scale change that we need, it can only come through public pressure.
We're here today to make sure that they pledge that no more sons or daughters will die.
I'm dying. I don't think I'm going to make it to my 24th birthday.
Patients over profits!
They blame consumers because you didn't find the rebates, the coupons, and they don't seem to care.
Justice for Monica!
Justice for Jada! Our voices have power. Somebody has to pay attention.
We can do something as a collective unit.
Justice for Alec!
Justice for Alec!
So coming out of that, we're going to take a 5-minute break now to stretch, grab a snack, check your blood sugars, whatever you need to do to feel well. And we're going to see you back at our next session at 1:25. If you have any questions, comments, any positive feedback you'd like to share about our host, please post. If not, maybe keep it to yourself. And when we come back, we're going to be talking all about inclusivity as we build this Insulin for All movement. Thank you all so much. welcome back, everybody. Hope everyone's feeling at least a little bit refreshed. So we're going to do a couple minutes to give people kind of a chance to rejoin, get back into the stream and all that. So a question we all had, just share in the chat. I guess the question is, what energizes you? What gets you out of bed in the morning? What brings your blood sugar up? Kind of what makes you get through the day and all that. And we'll read a few. We kind of want to get this chat going. And I see one, the fight for insulin for all. That's a great one, Liz. Big fan of that. And yes, confirming that in the days after our workshop, we're going to be posting all of this on our YouTube page. So we're going to have all of this content available online. If you missed a moment or two, or if you just want to watch it all again, it will be available very shortly. Walks. I love a good walk. A new pup. Everyone loves dogs. So we'll do just a couple minutes, and then really excited to get into our next session. Lots of animals. Coffee, I can relate. Yeah. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for coffee, honestly. I've only had like 2 cups today, so I'm really proud of myself. Meeting new people with diabetes. Yeah, I can definitely relate to that. You know, there are times where it feels like you're the only one, you know, who is kind of facing these challenges. But we are out here. If you need to talk to us, we're here to support you. And that's what we're trying to do. Coffee, insulin, do stuff. The big 3. The legal fight, healthcare rights. Yep. My brain is an early bird. I'm jealous. You're so lucky. Watching the sunset. That's a good one. Yep. Oh, God. See, now they're coming in. Now we got a lot going on here. Great. So I think we're going to be ready in just a second for our next session. So I'm going to start kicking it over to them. So our next session is all about inclusivity and understanding diabetes more fully as a way to be a strong advocate. And if you're not a patient yourself, being a strong ally. And no matter how you're related to this cause, we're really glad you're here today. And there's always something new to learn. So I'm going to kick it off to our Movement for All session.
So we have already heard stories today from around the world, highlighting how access to insulin and diabetes supplies is still an issue in 2021. And we have seen how people are struggling, even dying. 100 years after the discovery of insulin, we know there is still much work to be done. That is why we are here, why you are here. So you may have a loved one with diabetes, or a friend, a coworker, maybe you're a parent, a patient yourself. So to just get a sense of who is joining us today, we'd love for everyone to tell us, what is your relationship to diabetes? So if you can go ahead, take a moment to type it in the chat. Okay, great. Okay, I see a lot of different relationships coming in. I see a lot of patients, I see parents, I see partners, I see friends. You know, you may even fill more than one of these roles. So not only is there room in the movement for all of us, but the success of the movement really hinges upon as many voices as possible coming together to advocate for that change. It relies on solutions developed by bringing our diverse perspectives together. And today we want to take some time to look at interesting facts, common misconceptions, so that we all leave this space feeling better equipped to advocate. And with that, hi everyone, my name is Kate. I am the US Operations Manager at T1I, and I have been living with diabetes for 20 years.
Thanks, Kate. My name is Katie Soros. I am the Global Advocacy Consultant at T1 International, and I've been living with type 1 diabetes for 16 years.
Thanks, Katie. Hi, everyone. My name is Tolujon Jules, and I'm a Supporter Engagement Coordinator here at T1 International, and I've had type 1 diabetes for over 24 years.
Thanks, Tolu. I'm Allison Hart. I'm one of the advocacy managers at T1 International, and my partner has had type 1 for 37 years, so I'm coming to the movement as an ally. So as we've seen, we have a mix of patients, allies, caregivers, and all sorts of different relationships to diabetes represented today in our audience. All of us are here to support this movement. But it's challenging to stand side by side with a person living with diabetes and be a supportive ally if you have misconceptions about diabetes. So we know those misconceptions can come from all sorts of sources: media, pop culture, sometimes even friends and family, or even religious beliefs and your own governments. We may not even realize when we're internalizing those. But today what we wanted to do was take some time to talk through some diabetes myths and facts, and we'd love to get your feedback along the way in the chat. So what we're going to do is share a statement and ask you to weigh in the chat. Is this a myth or a fact? We'll share our answers based on T1 International's approach and our experiences, and we hope that these are helpful discussion starters for you in your families and communities and other networks. So our first slide. You have to have diabetes to care about the insulin crisis. So go ahead and tell us in the chat, myth or fact? Enthusiastic myths. I love all the exclamation points. Indeed. This is true. Maybe we're starting with the softball, but we agree. The high cost of prescription drugs impacts everyone. And we believe that access to insulin is a human right. As we have already heard today, its creators intended it to be a gift to the world, not a moneymaker for the greed-blind pharmaceutical industry. So to make change in our local communities and around the world, we need the voices of everyone this issue impacts. T1 International is a patient-led organization. What does that mean? It means we are committed to having patients in leadership and on our team, as you've seen. And it means that our work is driven by the needs and priorities of a variety of patient perspectives within the diabetes community. So that said, we also believe in a world where we recognize and accept and celebrate differences, and we know that allies and caretakers have valuable perspectives to add. So to us, this is reflective of the wider Insulin for All movement because we are stronger together. We will make the biggest impact and achieve our mission sooner if we work together as patients and allies. If you are here today and you feel that it is wrong, that 100 years after its discovery, people are still struggling to access and afford insulin because profits are being prioritized over the lives of patients around the world, you are a part of this movement. We are here to support everyone in getting involved and raising their voices for Insulin for All. Now I'll pass it to Kate.
Thanks, Allison. Okay, so for our next statement, it is that diabetes looks a certain way. Is this a myth or a fact? If you can let us know in the chat. All right, equally emphatic answers. So yes, it is a myth. People living with diabetes tend to be portrayed through a very narrow or outdated lens in the mainstream media. And this can be very isolating, very frustrating for some patients. You know, diabetes is a unique experience for each patient. Diabetes spans all ages, genders, body types, races, cultures, and socioeconomic spectrums. Similarly, our symptoms of hypo and hypers vary by person, as do the appropriate and preferred treatment methods that people choose. So it is important to remember that there is no singular right way to be a patient or navigate diabetes. And it can be really harmful to make assumptions. And the best way you can truly learn about what diabetes looks like is by listening deeply and supporting patients' voices and giving them the space to be seen and share their stories. All right, so for our next slide, diabetes is not the patient's fault. Again, myth or fact, tell us in the chat. Okay, yes, fact. So type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease. The body does not recognize its own insulin producing beta cells, and instead the immune system attacks and destroys them. It is not a result of eating too much sugar or certain foods, laziness, or other lifestyle choices that are often incorrectly associated with diabetes. People with living with diabetes, including type 2 diabetes or other types of diabetes, did not bring it on themselves. And no one wants to experience health issues. All of us want to be healthy, and many factors and privilege points or lack thereof can play into someone's health diagnosis and health outcomes. A large part of being a good ally is not stigmatizing or placing blame on patients, as well as helping to dispel misinformation and speak up against those harmful and all too common jokes that we see associated with really false diabetes stereotypes. So for all the patients in the room, can you give us a +1 in the chat if anyone in your life has ever implied that diabetes is your fault? Yeah, unfortunately, it is something we see a lot. All right, now I'm going to pass it on to Tolu.
Thank you, Kate. So another fact, everyone has access to supplies. So if a person with diabetes is having high or low blood sugar levels, it is because they are not taking care of themselves. Is that a myth or a fact? And that is correct. It's a myth. We might have heard people make statements such as he's a bad diabetic, or this patient is non-compliant. These languages are very harmful to patients and to individuals. As a community, it is important to be educated on diabetes and its physiology, and that's how it works. People with type 1 diabetes cannot produce insulin no matter how hard they try. They can only take synthetic insulin, which is a constant job that a pancreas has to do for somebody that does not have diabetes. And most times it truly is a trial and error. As you can eat the same thing every day and take the same amount of insulin every day, but get different blood sugar readings each time, simply because it cannot be precise as a beta cell. Therefore, one person cannot have type 1 diabetes worse than another person. And the same can be said with people with type 2 diabetes, where their bodies cannot produce the insulin efficiently as they used to. Complications of diabetes should never imply that someone is doing a bad job at managing diabetes, as despite a person's best and constant efforts at managing diabetes, fluctuation in blood sugar can be due to so many different factors and is ultimately inevitable. And it will be a part of the game, and that does not imply failure, but rather they highlight that what a constant job it is to manage diabetes, whether you have type 1 or type 2. Likewise, access to insulin and diabetes supplies is far from equal. Many people still have to buy the insulin from unreliable sources because they do not have health insurance. The price of insulin is there in their community so high, and they cannot pay for that out of pocket. Things like war or natural disasters makes access to insulin very difficult. So telling someone that they should go get a continuous blood sugar monitor, for example, or use an insulin pump, or work harder to take care of their diabetes ignores the huge inequity faced by people with diabetes worldwide. If you can't test your blood sugar multiple times a day, then how can you even afford to get a pump? Recognizing our diabetes privilege is important, and fighting for equal access for all is what T1 International is truly about. I got one more for you guys. So diabetes does not need to be a death sentence. Is that a fact or true or a myth? And you guys are awesome. That is definitely a fact. It is not a death sentence for many, but lack of access to insulin supplies and healthcare is. So over 10 decades ago, type 1 diabetes was considered death sentence, as the majority of people living with type 1 diabetes then did not survive past 2 years of being diagnosed. So these days, it's not what it is. And this was due to the lack of research and understanding of conditions and lack of life-saving treatments. However, since the discovery of insulin over 100 years ago, numerous advances thereafter has been significant improvement in life expectancies of people with type 1 diabetes. But today, many people around the world living with type 1 diabetes still do not have access to insulin and the supplies that they need to survive due to affordability or just not being able to access them. This has led to many people dying needlessly and many having to rationalize their insulin. And I'll pass that over to Katie.
Thanks, Tolu. You all are doing so well with this game, and we thought you would. And we hope that these, our discussion today might help you as you talk to people who might not know as much about diabetes and the diabetes community. So let's see how you do with this next statement. Once we can provide free access to insulin and diabetes supplies, people with diabetes will have everything they need to live healthy, full lives. Is that a myth or a fact? All right, yeah, see some answers coming in. That's right, this is a myth. The truth is that, insulin and other essential diabetes medications are just the most basic ingredients of a healthy life with diabetes. When people with diabetes can access the medications and supplies they need, they still need education and social and emotional support to manage the effects of living day in and day out with a chronic condition. So what we're doing and fighting for to address the basic needs of access to insulin and other diabetes medications might allow people to move on to some of those higher up needs that enable not just survival, but also happiness and true health. We'll go on to our last statement. Yeah, I see emotional support is super important coming in. A lot of our volunteers around the world are working on some of these other issues that face people in the diabetes community as well. So our last statement, even though a person who doesn't have diabetes can never truly understand what it's like to live with diabetes, it's important that they try. Is that a myth or a fact? Getting some good exclamation marks here. Fact, please. Looks like we're agreeing that it's a fact. Good. So feeling heard and understood is an essential part of feeling empowered and supported. And allies really play an important role in this. So just by being curious and listening, and sometimes even offering an outsider's perspective on the mental and the physical and the emotional energy of diabetes, allies can reflect back to the person with diabetes all of the hard work that they're doing and validate the needs that they're expressing. So it's important for a person who doesn't have diabetes, even close caretakers and significant others, to realize and acknowledge that while they may know a lot about diabetes and even do a lot of work themselves, they really can't know what it feels like inside to have diabetes. And that's part of why T1 International promotes a patient-led movement, because there's no way other than being a patient to fully understand some aspects of diabetes. And similarly, allyship will be strengthened by patients acknowledging that they can't fully understand what it's like to be in the position of supporting someone with diabetes as a parent, as a caretaker, or as a close loved one, while not having that firsthand physical experience. Because of this, both sides must share their experiences with the other with respect and humility and compassion. I'll turn it back to Allison.
Thanks, Katie. So we have one more. Excuse me, a person has to have time, have done advocacy before, have resources, or a strong understanding of the issues to get involved. Myth or fact? Hopefully that one. Yep, we're seeing lots of agreement there. It is a myth. Advocacy is for everyone, as it's simply supporting people to find their voice. If you haven't been involved as a volunteer in the movement, and today has inspired you to take more action, we will be having a informal kind of Q&A session with a few of T1 International staff members and our key volunteers to help you answer any questions at the end of the day about getting started. So thank you so much for joining us today. We hope that no matter what your relationship to diabetes is, this has been helpful in giving space to consider the diversity of experiences that people with diabetes have, and has empowered you on your advocacy journey. Back to Ian, thanks.
Thank you all so much. One of the best parts of my job is getting to work and learn from all four of you each and every day. It means the world to me. Thank you so much for sharing your stories. So next, we're going to be sharing a video with voices of several advocates within our global advocacy network. They were asked to share with the World Health Organization and country governments what real action on diabetes would look like to them, to people in their country, and to the world as a whole. So let's take a listen and hear what they had to say.
Prioritization of people with diabetes would mean acknowledging diabetes as a life-threatening condition, considering subsidizing diabetes medication as it is with the AIDS levy, thus ensuring affordability and access, workshops to equip our healthcare professionals with up-to-date information on the management of diabetes, above all, empowering the diabetic patient to manage their own condition.
Being able to have access to healthcare professionals with knowledge in diabetes could significantly impact the outcomes in my country. Taking into account people living with diabetes require multidisciplinary care to be able to have physical, emotional, mental, and nutritional health. People living with diabetes at some point or various in their lives may present distress, burnout, depression, amongst other conditions that could impact their daily management. Being able to have access to healthcare professionals with knowledge in their condition could help them not only have a better relationship with their condition, but also their bodies, their mental health, and their treatment, allowing them to feel safe within their own bodies.
Prioritization of people with diabetes would be like giving enough confidence to people that they can openly live their lives to the fullest. No stigma, no myths, no misconception or discrimination would follow them at any place, be it their workplace, family, or life after marriage.
Real action on diabetes and affordable insulin in my country would look like no young person being afraid to dream because their parent can't afford to buy them insulin. It would also look like that young lady from a remote part of the country not having to worry about waking up in a hospital bed in diabetes ketoacidosis because her parent can't afford to buy her the insulin that she needs while taking care of her other siblings.
100 years since the discovery of insulin, many governments till date lack policies on selection, procurement, supply, pricing, and reimbursement of insulin. Monopoly and markups in the supply chain affect the final price to the consumer, a consumer who can die without that life-saving drug. A real action on diabetes requires unique solutions so that every child can have a dream and live up to those dreams, so that no kid living with diabetes has to ration his insulin just because of financial constraint. Diabetes wasn't my choice, but my choice is to voice for real action, to hold our governments accountable, because healthcare is a human right.
It's absolutely a human right. And patients have the power to drive change. And those who know me will know I say a lot, change is hard, but it's absolutely something we have the power to do in the world that we live in. On that same note, we're going to dig a little bit deeper into community-led advocacy. We're going to hear from our global advocate, Serene, and her colleagues in their local network about how it applies to be advocates everywhere and in your community.
So, hi everyone. Thank you so much for being part of this panel discussion today. We will be doing this in Arabic, so you'll probably be having translations at the bottom of your screen. Make sure to keep all your juicy questions till the end of this panel discussion, because we're going to have a Q&A. So I'm going to switch now to Arabic, and I hope this really is something that draws your attention to a different perspective on diabetes and the struggles people face in different parts of the world. اليوم حكون أنا معكم سيرين، وحنكون عم نعمل panel discussion مع نور رماحي ومحمد صيام اللي هن حيعرفوا على حالهم بعد شوي. الموضوع تبعنا حيكون كيفية تشجيع المجتمع حتى يناصروا مرضى السكري وحتى يكون عندهم دور فعال بتحصيل إذا بدكم حقوق الناس اللي متعايشين مع مرض السكري بمنطقة الشرق الأوسط أو المنطقة العربية بشكل عام. حأعطي هلأ أرض الحديث لنور اللي هي حتكون عم تعطينا تعريف سريع عن نفسها، وحأرجع أنتقل لمحمد. نور.
مرحبا، شكرا سيرين. زي ما سيرين قالت لكم، اسمي نور الرمحي وأنا من مواليد الإمارات. أصلي فلسطينية بس عندي جواز إماراتي، بس هلأ مقيمة بكاليفورنيا. أنا أم لتوم عمرهم 6 سنين، وبلشت my advocacy journey لما صار لي هلا تقريبا 15 سنة. أنا صار عندي سكري 26 سنة، كان عمري 6 سنين لما شخصوني بمرض السكري. من الادفوكسي اللي بسويها مع جمعية اسمها Children with Diabetes. بعملوا conferences online وشخصيا كل سنة بأورلاندو فلوريدا، وبرضو بعمل mentoring مع جمعية اسمها We Are Diabetes للناس اللي عندهم مشاكل مع eating disorder و type 1 diabetes زي diabulimia. وكنت اشتغلت بستانفورد دايابيتيز ريسيرش، فكل الأجهزة الكلوز لوب سيستمز، الأجهزة السي جي امز كنا نسوي عليهم دراسات. هاي ملخص عني. شكرا سيرين. ومحمد دورك هلا.
اوكي، ثانك يو سو ماتش. مرحبا، انا اسمي محمد الصيام وانا عمري 22 سنه، فلسطيني زي نور، بس انا مقيم في غزه، ما طلعت من فلسطين. انا هلا طالب جامعي بدرس طب بشري، وانا القائد الشاب للسكري في فلسطين، عم بمثل فلسطين بالاتحاد الدولي للسكري. وكذلك بحاول قد ما أقدر إني أكون مناصر للقضية السكرية وناشط مجتمعي للسكريين، أكون عون للسكريين الموجودين بالمجتمع الغزي بحد خاص، والمجتمع الفلسطيني كذلك، والمجتمع العربي بشكل عام. يعني بنعمل كثير اكتيفيتيز، منها اونلاين اكتيفيتيز على مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي، بحيث انه نعمل كامبينز، نحكي اكثر عن السكري، نعرف العالم عن السكري، ننشر الاكسبيرينس تبعتنا، او انه نعمل انشطه على ارض الواقع بالمجتمع عندنا هون، انه احنا نعمل مخيمات للاطفال المتعايشين مع السكري، وعملنا هيك اشياء قبل هيك مع جمعية الإغاثة الطبية الفلسطينية، بنشتغل مع جمعيات زي جمعية السكري فلسطين، جمعية تيافا لأطفال أو حيفا سوري لأطفال السكري، لحتى نحاول قد ما نقدر إنه إحنا نساعد المجتمع السكري ونعزز وجود المجتمع السكري في المجتمع المحلي.
شكرا كثير نور ومحمد. وانا بس بدي ازيد، وانا كثير ممتنه لانه انتم بحياتي، وانه نحن قادرين نشتغل سوا لحتى نسلط الضوء على مرضى السكري بشكل عام بالشرق الاوسط وحوالين العالم. وبتمنى تكون هيدي البانل ديسكشن today a breakthrough للمنطقه العربيه حتى نبلش نفتح مجال اكبر للحديث بهذا الموضوع. حبلش البانل ديسكشن بأول سؤال. هذا السؤال حيكون لمحمد. محمد، شو هن برأيك التحديات اللي بيواجهوها المناصرين للسكري بمنطقة المينا وبشكل عام بالمنطقة تبعك أو المنطقة العربية، يعني الشرق أوسطية؟
اوكي، هلا فيرست اوف اول طبعا شكرا كثير على السؤال، لانه يمكن لربما من اهم الاسئله اللي احنا يعني او اهم الاشياء اللي احنا بلزم انه احنا نحكي عنها، لانه لربما الكثير من الناس ما بيعرفوا قديش صعب انه احنا نناصر القضيه السكريه بالمجتمع العربي، وقديش في صعوبات وباريرز بتواجهنا لحتى نصل للهدف اللي احنا بنكون حابين نوصله. وبالنسبة لي بحب أقسم هاي الصعوبات لثلاث صعوبات أساسية. الأولى بتتعلق بالتثقيف الصحي نفسه، أو التثقيف بيتعلق بالسكري، وهذا على قياسين. بنقيسها بالمجال الصحي نفسه، والمشكلة بتكون موجودة إنه لربما ما في مثقفين صحيين، ما في مثقفين سكريين بالمراكز الرعاية الأولية مثلا، ما في أطباء لربما بيعرفوا يتعاملوا مع المتعايشين مع السكري بالطريقة اللي احنا مثلا بنكون حابين نشوفها. والفئة الثانية هي بالمجتمع نفسه، إن المجتمع ما بيعرف عن السكري، ما بيعرف كيف يتعامل مع السكري أو الأشخاص المتعايشين مع السكري لما يشوفهم. بوينت رقم 2 بتكون عن الاستجمة، عن كيف المجتمع بيتطلع للأشخاص المتعايشين مع السكري، كيف إحنا لربما بنعاني من المجتمع من نظرة المجتمع لنا كسكريين. وبوينت رقم 3 بالحكومات والأكشنز اللي بتتخذها هذه الحكومات تجاه الأشخاص المتعايشين مع السكري. هل صناع القرار فعلا بيعطوا قيمة لآراء الأشخاص المتعايشين مع السكري ولا أصواتهم في المجتمعات تبعتهم ولا لا؟
شكرا كثير محمد. أكيد this was very, very valuable. هلأ بدي وجه تاني سؤال لنور. نور، شو بتحس التحديات الموجودة بالمنطقة عنا، خصوصي من ناحية الوصول للمعدات الطبية اللازمة أو الأدوية اللازمة للناس اللي متعايشين مع مرض السكر، إن كان النوع الأول أو النوع الثاني؟
سؤال مهم جدا، شكرا سيرين. في يعني مشكلة كبيرة بنواجهها احنا بالمنطقة، انه اولا الشركات اللي موجودة بأوروبا وبالولايات المتحدة مش متواجدة بالمناطق العربية، عاملين كأنه مونوبولي على المنطقة. يعني عندنا البامب سيستم الموجود المتوفر هلأ بالبلاد العربية عندنا بس المترونيك، ولازم احنا نعطي المرضى السكري هم يكون القرار بإيدهم شو الأجهزة اللي بيحبوا يستعملوها، عشان زي يعني أظن أنتم كلكم تعرفوا إنه مش كل إشي بزبط لكل حدا. ففي أشياء مثلا بجهاز المترونيك ممكن ما تناسبني أنا، ممكن التاندم تناسبني، أو ممكن الأومني بود تناسبني، أو حتى يمكن أجهزة الإنسولين كلها على بعضها ما تناسبني. فلازم نعطي إحنا المرضى الاختيار إنه هم ينقوا شو اللي بيناسبهم، عشان يقدروا يوصلوا للنتائج اللي هم محتاجينها. وناحية وفي كمان مشكلة تانية إنه أغلب الدول اللي عندنا بالمناطق العربية ما في استقرار من ناحية حروب أو من ناحية الاقتصاد. يعني سيرين أنت أدرى بهذا الموضوع، محمد كمان، في الحروب والمشاكل اللي عم بتصير، وللأسف كتير في كوربشن من الحكومات، يعني عم باخدوا السبلايز اللي احنا محتاجينها او بيمنعوا دخولها عشان هم ما عم بيقدروا يستفيدوا منها، ما في فايدة منها، فما عم بيحطوا المرضى السكري كهم الاهتمام لإلهم بالأول.
Thank you so much, Noor, for your insight. Now I would go to محمد. وهون محمد بسألك، إذا نطلع على خلينا نقول الثقافة أو التقاليد أو حتى النظرة المجتمعية للشخص المتعايش مع السكري، هل بتحس إنه الناس اللي بالمنطقة العربية بيعانوا شوي من وراء فينا نقول طريقة المجتمع وكيف تتعاطى مع الأشخاص اللي عندهم مرض مزمن؟
أنا مش بس بحس إنهم بيعانوا شوي، هم بيعانوا كثير. المشكلة كثير كبيرة موجودة بالمجتمع العربي عندنا. يعني أنا ما بدي أحكي كلام عادي، يعني ممكن لو نحكي بأمثلة. يعني كمثال، لو أنا شخص متعايش مع السكري وحابب إنه مثلا أكون عائلة ورايح مثلا بدي أتزوج على سبيل المثال، فكره انه انا مثلا معي سكري ممكن تنفر هذول الاشخاص اللي انا رايح لهم او البارتنر اللي ام سيكينج ريليشن شيب وذ، بس لانه انا معي سكري، او اهلهم مثلا ما يوافقوا لانه انا معي سكري، فايتس بروبلم. المجتمع بحد ذات نفسه، ليتس سي انا بالمجتمع، انا بمطعم وحابب باخذ ابره الانسولين تبعتي، وانا بالمطعم والناس شافتني باخذ الابره، يعني what would they think؟ they'll start talking، رح يبدوا يحكوا شو هذا بيعمل، شو بيساوي، ليش هاي الابره وما الى ذلك. بالمدارس طبعا لما انا اكون طفل صغير متعايش مع السكري بروح على المدرسه وبده رعايه خاصه، سواء من الطاقم بالمدرسه، احيانا له احتياجات معينه لازم يعملها. طب ممكن هل الطاقم يتعامل موجود بالمدرسه يتعامل معه بالطريقه الصحيحه ولا لا؟ هل اصحابه رح يشوفوه الطريقه اللي هو لازم يشوف حاله فيها، او هل رح يساعدوه ولا هل رح يتنمروا عليه؟ لانه احنا كثير اكيد كلنا بنمر على قصص انه احنا في يوم من الايام المجتمع تنمر علينا، او سبب لنا مشكله او ازمه معينه بسبب انه احنا متعايشين مع السكري. لربما المجتمع سكر في وجهنا باب من الابواب اللي احنا بنحاول انه نوصلها او نطمح لها فقط لانه احنا معنا سكري. فللاسف الثقافه المجتمعيه اللي موجوده بالعالم العربي بتعمل عائق كثير كبير، لانه المجتمع العربي بيطلع للسكري على انه هاجس، على انه في عيب، على انه في شيء غلط في هذا الشخص المتعايش مع السكري، على انه في نقص عند هذا الشخص المتعايش مع السكري. وهو طبعا على النقيض تماما، لانه احنا ربما انا ساعات بطلع على حالي انه احنا اشخاص افضل بكثير حتى من الاشخاص اللي بيسموا حالهم عاديين بالمجتمع. فهي هيك المشكله، يعني انا بحس انه يعني وي اوفركم ذس، انه احنا بنتحكم كيف الناس بتطلع لنا وكيف الناس بتشوفنا، وذا مور وي توك اباوت ات كل ما رح يكون في، خليني احكي، اوتكم احسن. بس يس احنا وير افكتد بشكل كثير كبير بالمجتمع تبعنا، واذا احنا لما نكبر ونبدا نوعى على الدنيا، يعني خلص بنبدا خلينا نحكي، بديش احكي نتاقلم لانه كلمه نتاقلم غلط، بنبدا نعرف كيف نتخذ القرارات بشكل افضل. الا ربما شخص او طفل صغير يعاني من اضطرابات نفسيه بسبب تنمر المجتمع او بسبب المشاكل اللي ممكن يسببها المجتمع فقط لكونه متعايش مع السكري.
Thank you so much محمد. كمان يعني I connected لكل كلمة أو experience يعني لفت الضوء عليها. هون حاخد نفس السؤال وروح عند نور. نور، هل بتحس المرأة in particular بوجهها تحديات لأنها متعايشة مع مرض مزمن مثل السكري؟
سيرين، بحس إنه هذا الموضوع لحاله بده جلسة طويلة. للأسف الشديد كمرة، يعني محمد حكى بشكل بسيط عن هاي النقطة، موضوع الزواج، إنه إحنا عنا بالمجتمع موضوع الزواج موضوع كبير وكتير مهم، بالذات يعني هلا إحنا جيلنا ممكن شوي عم بتغير أو تفكيره بتغير عن أهالينا، بس هذا موضوع كتير مهم للأهالي. وإحنا بنعرف إنه بالمجتمع العربي وجهة نظر الأهل كتير مهمة لإلنا، بالذات لما الواحد بده يتزوج. الشاب لما بده يتزوج بده ياخد موافقة أمه وأبوه أو أهله. وإذا إحنا عنا إذا واحدة عندها سكري والشاب، إذا هو حتى الشاب إذا مقتنع وما شايف أي مشكلة بالموضوع، راح حكى لأهله، أول شيء ممكن يخطر ببالهم إنه هاي مريضة عندها سكري، كيف بدها تجيب بكرة أولاد، كيف بدها تبلش عيلة على السريع. في هاي ردة الفعل اللي لا، أنا بدي مرة لابني تكون كوت ان كوت بيرفكت، انه ما مالها شيء، انه بنطلع على واحد عنده سكري كانه يعني بضاعه مضروبه. وهذا الإشي اللي كتير مهم عندنا احنا بمجتمعنا اللي ما ركزنا فيه، أهمية الكلمات اللي بنستعملها. يعني احنا الشخص اللي عنده سكري ما عم نقول انه هذا شخص عنده سكري، بنقول هذا مريض. يعني هاي لحالها create stigma انه لا، هذا الانسان مريض. ويعني لما انا كثير بواجهها، انه لما اقول لحدا انه انا عندي السكري، سلامتك، شكرا، بس الله يسلمك. يعني بفهم من وين تيجي، بس برضه هاي الكلمات اللي بنحكيها والمصطلحات اللي بنستعملها هي كثير بتشكل كيف الناس تنظر لشخص عنده سكري. يعني أنت you're creating a situation إنه هي الإنسان ضعيف أو الإنسان فيه عيب أو عار أو مشكلة، بس هاي مو هي الحقيقة اللي إحنا عم نواجهها.
right. وحتى كل شيء stigma as women we face إنه I have personally يعني عانيت من هول النقط. so بتمنى إنه فكرة إنه عم نحكي عنه نصيرنا أكتر تكون مثل طاقة فرج لكتير نساء متعايشين مع السكر ومع غير chronic conditions. هون حأختم بآخر سؤال. هذا السؤال لكم اثنيناتكم نور ومحمد. كونكم انتم سكريين وكونكم ناشطين وكونكم عم تجربوا تعملوا تغيير بعالمنا العربي وحتى around the world، شو بتحسوا انه لازم نعمل حتى اذا فينا نقول نحمس المجتمع السكري to step forward تيقوم ويدافع ويسأل ويطالب بحقوقه؟ حروح عند نور because ladies first، هرجع اروح عند محمد.
اوكي، اظن هذا الجواب بزبط لهذا السؤال اللي سألتيه وبرضه للسؤال الأول. احنا عندنا موضوع كتير كتير كبير وكتير مهم عندنا بالمجتمع العربي، موضوع العيب. وهذا العيب كتير كتير أوقات، أغلب الأوقات هو بيجي من طريقة من مجتمعنا، ما بيخصها بدين. وكتير صعب لإحنا كأشخاص إنه to go against هذا الموضوع. بس إذا إحنا بدنا نعطي الأكيورسي والأهمية لمواضيع نقدر نستعملها نتأقلم مع مرض السكري، كتير مهم إنه إحنا to speak up، إن نرفع صوتنا ضد هاي الأشياء. يعني مثلا واحدة من المواضيع إنه تاخذي الإنسولين بمطعم أو بمحل عام، إنه كيف بالذات كمرة إذا مثلا رفعت كمها عشان تاخذ الإنسولين أو رفعت البلوزة شوي عشان تاخذ إنسولين، إنه هذا عيب، لازم تروح على الحمام عشان تاخذ جرعة الإنسولين. هاي ممكن تسبب كتير مشاكل لكتير من الأشخاص. صح، هي ممكن تبين لكم إنه هذا موضوع صغير مش كتير مهم، إنه طيب تروح على الحمام مش مشكلة. لا، هاي يعني أنت لما بدك تاخذ 6 جرعات باليوم أو 7 جرعات باليوم، كل ما هذا بدي أقوم أحمل حالي. وإحنا في مواضيع يعني كتير لما نتعامل مع السكري لازم نسويها، مو بس هذا الإشي الوحيد. وكمان مثلا إحنا لما نحكي من ناحية Advocacy وإنه نزيد الوعي عشان نعطي الصورة كلها، في كمان مواضيع لازم إحنا نحكي فيها اللي مجتمعنا بيشوفها كعيب. يعني مثلا دورة المرأة، طب ما هذا برضو كتير موضوع مهم لازم إحنا نحكي فيه لما نحكي موضوع السكري والهرمونات وكيف ممكن تأثر الدورة، وكيف الدورة ممكن كمان تأثر نسبة السكري عندنا بجسمنا. ويعني في كتير مواضيع برضو، مثلا مواضيع الحمل. مجتمعنا لسه بنظر مثلا التلقيح الاصطناعي أو fertility treatments إنه هذا موضوع عيب ينحكى فيه. فهاي كتير كمان أظن نقطة مهمة بمجتمعنا من ناحية السكري. والمنتل هيلث أظن كمان موضوع تاني لازم كتير مهم عنا بالوطن العربي بيك اب، ونخلي المجتمع والناس تعرف إنه مش عيب ومش عار، هذا إشي إحنا إجانا، إحنا مش إشي إحنا اخترناه، شغل إحنا نسويه. بس كمان في تغييرات كتير جيدة عم نشوفها، فإن شاء الله keep fighting a good fight.
Okay, Muhammad, over to you. So I think Noor like غطت كتير very broad perspective.
غطت كل شيء. يعني انا I was يعني كنت حابب احكي انه يعني انه نور حكت بما فيه الكفايه، حكت كثير كويس، وحكت قديش التغيير اللي احنا هلا عم بنشوفه، يعني سواء لما نيجي نتكلم على موضوع العيب او على موضوع المنتل هيلث ريليتد تو دايابيتيز وما الى ذلك. لانه اللي احنا بنعمله هلا والكوميونيتيز that we belong to هلا والنشاطات اللي احنا بنعملها هلا ما كانت موجوده مثلا من 10 سنوات. وشورلي مع الوقت رح نلاحظ انه في تغييرات كثير بتصير احسن عن طريق الاشياء اللي احنا بنعملها، عن طريق انه احنا نضلنا دائما متوحدين علشان القضيه تبعتنا، لانه السكري بالنسبه لنا قضيه، هذه حياتنا، حياه الناس اللي بنحبهم، حياه ملايين من الاشخاص اللي عايشين بالمجتمعات العربيه. وعلى الاكيد انه احنا لازم نرفع صوتنا هيك بشكل اساسي. يعني كل ما احنا حكينا اكثر، كل ما رفعنا صوتنا اكثر، معناها ناس اكثر رح يعرفوا بالقضيه السكريه، ناس اكثر رح تعرف. this means recruitment. في ناس اكثر تبدا تحكي معنا، بتبدا تشاركنا بالقضيه. ربما كل ما عملنا اكتيفيتيز اكثر رح نلاقي مثلا انه في اشخاص اكثر متعايشين مع السكري حابين انهم يفوتوا معنا بالاكتيفيتيز اللي بنعملها، حابين يشاركونا النشاطات اللي احنا بنسويها. وان اكزامبل لهذا كله يعني الميتينجز اللي بنعملها بالبوزيتيف جلوكوز. البوزيتيف جلوكوز كوميونتي بدا كم 5-6 اشخاص، وهلا شوفي كم شخص احنا، ومن كل انحاء العالم، مش بس من كل انحاء الوطن العربي. ف the more we talk، كل ما بنحكي اكثر بنقدر نلاقي نتيجه اكثر، لانه بنقدر نعمل ضغط اكبر على الحكومات، وبنقدر نعمل ضغط اكبر على صناع القرار، وكذلك على المجتمع. لانه لما انا بحكي اكثر، لما انا اورجي المجتمع نفسي بالطريقه اللي انا بدي المجتمع يشوفني فيها، راح افرض عليهم هاي الرؤيه وهذه الطريقه اللي انا شايف حالي فيها، وبالتالي هم راح يشوفوني بالطريقه اللي انا حابب اني اشوف حالي فيها، او زي ما انا بدي اياهم يشوفوني فيها. فاز جست يعني زي ما حكت نور بلس، يعني let's talk more, let's engage more people. كل حاجه بنعملها، لانه يعني the more we recruit the louder we'll be. That's it.
Honestly أنا كمان I have to agree، لأنه يعني إذا أنا personally، إذا مثل ما محمد بازم وجلوكوز، إذا برجع لسنتين لورا، أنا شخصيا ما كنت بعرف حدا تاني عنده سكري أو بيحكي بالسكري أو بيناصر إذا بدكم حقوق أشخاص اللي عندهم سكري. وبخلال هالسنتين حاسة إنه بلشنا لو 5% عم نعمل امباكت. صار في ناس ريتش عم يجوا يحكونا على انستغرام وعلى فيسبوك، وعم بحبوا يفوتوا بكوميونيتيز، عم بحبوا يشوفوا ناس بيشبهون. فبحس انه slowly but surely عم نوصل لحد الهدف تبعنا، اللي هو نخلق مجتمعات للسكريين، يكون عنا إذا بدكم صوت موحد للحكومات ولصناع القرار، حتى يصير عنا ظروف حياة أحسن. هيدي كانت السيشن لليوم. أنا كتير بدي أتشكر كل حدا حضرنا، وبتمنى تكون هيدي السيشن هيك يعني عن جد عم تشيل الضوء على المجتمعات العربية شو بتعاني وكيف عم بتعيش مع السكري. بركي كمان بتخلينا نطمح ونشتغل بطريقة منظمة أكتر، لحتى إذا بدكم نتمتع بحقوق أكبر كأشخاص متعايشين مع السكري. Thank you نور، thank you محمد. هلأ حننتقل لل Q&A session. So if you have any questions, you can directly ask Muhammad or Noor. And I hope you enjoyed this.
So I've been unmuted, so I guess this is my cue to speak. Hi, Noor and Muhammad. I'm so happy that we're actually here and live and among 89 other people. So like yay us, talking in Arabic. Like this is like for me a moment of pride, even though probably everyone thought like what are they talking? But thank you so much. I know we were long. I know we talked about a lot of things, but unfortunately in our region, we can't talk about advocacy if you don't like lay the grounds for other things. If you don't talk about stigma, if you don't talk about, you know, education and empowerment. So I will now give the floor to anyone who has any questions for Noor or Muhammad or myself. The floor is yours. So we have one question. If you had to pick one advocacy priority, what would it be? I can address that question to Muhammad first. What's your
Yeah.
priority.
Hi. Thank you. Well, in the recording, you mentioned that ladies were first, but now you start with me. So yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining, and thank you for having us. Well, for me, it's going to be like more education, because when you educate more people, this means that, you know, less stigma for the community. The community will, you know, will talk louder about diabetes. And surely with proper education, we'll be, as I mentioned, louder, and we'll be pressing on the government, and we will be able to take more actions. So for me, it all starts with education, diabetes education. Yeah.
Okay, Noor, over to you.
I think centering patients' voices is a really big one. Sorry, my voice, I'm losing my voice. Centering patients' voices. We have an issue in the region where patients are not included in the decision making. It's the decisions are made by mainly governments and healthcare providers, and the patients just need to basically accept and make use of what's given to them, which is usually very minimal.
So we have more questions coming in. What are you most excited about in your work, or something you are hopeful for? I would like to answer that question myself. For me, it's the community. It's how much we've grown. It's how much we've come together from different countries, not just the Arab region. We have people from India, from the US, from South Africa, from Germany. We have people from everywhere coming in and just sharing their experiences and supporting, and you know, sitting on the table and like, what do we do next? How do we help? So for me, like that's the juice. That's what like keeps us going. That these are the small things that keep us all motivated, because like, for example, when something happened in Gaza, we came together, we tried to help the people in Gaza. When something happens in Lebanon, we come together, we try to help the people in Lebanon. So we're really coming together as a community, looking at our resources, looking at what is our piece of the puzzle, and that is a beautiful thing, you know. And as a global community, I think if we all come together and we share ideas and we sit on one table and we share our experiences, there's so much that is going to be done, and I can smell it. So that's it from my side. I don't know if you want to add anything, guys.
I guess it's perfect. It's just like what we always say: the change that we see and the change that we witness on any other people's lives, and how the communities that we create, and as I mentioned, the simplest things that we do when it comes to talking on the group of positive glucose and things like this, and how do these things change lives and make people's lives better.
I think one of the things that I'm really excited about more recently in the advocacy world is bringing to light the disparities amongst different cultures and regions in the world, and that's something very important to bring to light. That different people around the world have different experiences with dealing with diabetes and have different challenges with dealing with diabetes, and to make people like, you can't fix a problem if you don't realize it's there. So the fact that people are becoming aware that these problems exist gives me hope that more people would want to put more effort in the drive to make these changes. So I think there's a little bit of glimmer of hope over there.
I couldn't agree more. So I saw other questions coming in, but some like I missed them. Guys, if you want to answer any of the questions that were mentioned in the chat, please read the question and go right ahead.
I was just looking at a question which I found was very interesting. about managing emotional, I wanted to ask, how do you manage the emotional toll diabetes advocacy might have at this point, at some point? I think that's a very, very, very powerful question, because as we all know, diabetes in itself can take a huge toll on our mental health, and there's diabetes burnout aspect, but then there's the other component of advocating for our needs and wants as people with diabetes in ecosystems that are not set up to give us that platform or give us that space to voice our needs and our wants. So on top of managing diabetes, we have to kind of redesign or reconstruct that system to help push things forward. And then on top of that, you have a lot of financial instability and war-torn areas where people are literally fighting for their to stay alive. People have have very limited access to food, very limited access to water, no electricity. These all factor into how we take care of our diabetes. When you have 2 or 3 hours of electricity a day and you have insulin to store, or you don't even, or you're going from pharmacy to pharmacy trying to find insulin, and you don't have, there's no gas or fuel for the car to be able to do that. So this really all adds up, and I guess everybody deals with these struggles differently. I think in the Middle East region, a big component of how to deal with that for many people is religion. A lot of people lean on that in their faith, but there's also been a more a shift towards physical workout and exercising and meditation, which a lot of people have been switching towards. I know for me, all of the above really helped me, but also for me, a lot of therapy and antidepressants to help me deal with all, like there's also so much in the Middle East region, there's so much generational trauma that people were never allowed to process because it never really ended, you know? It's like we're still experiencing the same things. It's like history repeating itself constantly over, and we don't have that time to stop and really, it's like, okay, it's behind us, let's now process the trauma. So this all really, it's just like sometimes I just sit and it's like, okay, where do I start? Which topic are we gonna have to tackle? You know, it's coming from every direction. So it is a lot, and I don't know, just need to realize why we're doing this, and hopefully that will give us the drive to keep going.
Thank you so much, Noor. Thank you so much, Muhammad. I'm so sorry. Like, there are some questions we will not be able to answer because we're out of time. But like, just a final remark, a community that comes together can do amazing things, and they can be magic workers. And we believe in that kind of magic. So keep pushing, global advocates and people from around the world. We will make things happen for our side, and we will be the benchmark for other NCDs. And I would like to end by saying that I hope you enjoyed this, and we see you all soon.
That was an awesome session. Thank you all so much. I feel like we could have talked for hours on so many of the awesome points each and every one of you brought up. As a small note, on our blog, we do have a recent post about Serene and the work that she's been doing in her community. If you check that out on T1International.com. So now shifting over, join us for a 5-minute yoga and breathing exercise break. If you would like to grab food, water, whatever you need, please go ahead. Otherwise, Liz S. is going to be leading us in some mindfulness, which is something that certainly is very important in my life and my management. So take it away, Liz S.
Thank you so much, everyone. Welcome to your break. please do what you need to do with this time. But if doing a little bit of gentle movement feels like something that would be helpful to you, please join along with me. So the first thing we're going to do is just kind of shake it out a little bit, because sitting in a chair for a long time, you know, you kind of get stiff. Just kind of move, feel what's going on in your body. And I actually started practicing gentle movement like yoga to help me cope with the stress of living with type 1 diabetes. And so it's exciting for me to be able to share that with you. And please feel free to turn off your cameras or leave them on, whatever feels most comfortable to you. So after you've kind of given yourself a little shake, we're going to, if you're sitting in a chair, you can do this seated, or if you want to stand, we're going to ground down through our feet. So push your feet against the floor or your shoes, feel the floor underneath you, kind of see if you can feel like the four corners of your feet on the floor, and sit up as tall as is comfortable. And just go ahead, close your eyes. I do that a lot as a way to kind of turn inward, and start noticing your breath. You can do this by placing your hands on your stomach or on your chest, or just by breathing and noticing the air flowing in through your nose or out through your mouth. Just kind of connect with that for a moment. You don't have to change anything about your breath. Just notice it, be with it, where you are in the moment. And you don't feel like you need to make any changes. After a couple more just natural breaths, we're going to go ahead and purposely try and deepen the breath. So maybe make your inhale a little bit longer than it was before, your exhale a little bit longer as well. I like to do in through my nose to a count of 5, and out through my mouth to a count of 6. So in through the nose, out through the mouth. In through the nose and out through the mouth. Great. So now as you're kind of turning inward, go ahead and just scan with your mind through your body. Think about your head and your neck and your shoulders. Think about your torso and your legs, and notice any sensations that you're feeling. None of them are wrong. Just notice, seeing what is happening in your body there. And as we're doing that, we're just going to continue to take a deep breath. So now we're going to do a couple of neck stretches, which can be really helpful, especially if you're sitting in front of a computer for a long time. So we're going to start by rolling your shoulders, rolling them forward and back. You can drop your right ear to your right shoulder. Just kind of let the gravity of your head pull your ear towards your shoulder. Gently come back to center and drop your other ear to your other shoulder. And you may notice that one side is very different from the other. That's totally normal. Gently bring your head back to center. And then we're going to take our chin and tuck it down into the corner. This is kind of a weird movement. We don't do it a lot, but it'll help you stretch some of your neck muscles that we don't get to move as much. Just remember to breathe. Gently come back up to center and take your chin to your other shoulder. And come back to center. And we're going to take 2 fingers, and you can start right behind your ear. And we're just going to drag them down the jaw with whatever pressure is comfortable for you. Again, as we're sitting in front of computers and desks, we tend to clench our jaw. And just gentle pressure is helpful, or if it feels good, to push a little more. And then switch sides. We're going to take one more deep breath as we're coming to the end of our break, in through the nose and out through the mouth. Thank you, everyone.
That was awesome. Thank you so much, Liz. So often in my personal experience with diabetes, there are as many mental hurdles as there are physical ones. And techniques such as meditation and yoga that help me relax are really important to me. So I thank you very much for sharing. Now, welcome back, everyone. Kind of for our next steps here, we're going to have 3 different perspectives on trauma-informed care and advocacy as it relates to diabetes. So we're going to have 3 speakers in this next session. First being Tolu, our supporter engagement coordinator here at T1 International. Danny, who is a global advocate for us and works quite hand in hand with T1 International. And Lauren, who is a former chapter leader of both the Arizona and California Insulin for All chapters in the United States. And for so many, since living with diabetes is seen as a trauma, or it can lead to traumatic experiences, it's important that we think about how that relates to our advocacy. And after we hear from all 3 speakers, we're going to have the opportunity to do another Q&A session. And I know we had a bunch of questions that didn't get addressed in the last one. We've had so much amazing content so far. So we're going to do our best to follow up on every single one of them, and shoot us a note, and we'll be more than happy to follow up. So ask your questions in the chat as these speakers are presenting, so we can kind of jump on them right away, and we'll do our best to get as many as you can. And I think without further ado, Tolu, we'll just start with you.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Again, I'm so excited to be part of this panel. As well as being a supporter engagement coordinator for T1 International, I am also a registered anesthesia practitioner in the UK and a registered nurse in the United States. And I'm currently a public health scholar at Imperial College University in London. So what brought me to advocacy was my experience when I transitioned from the UK to the United States for grad school, and not having health insurance for about 6 months and having to borrow insulin from friends to survive until I was entitled to health insurance again, which really sucked. And I just couldn't imagine how people around the world are going through this. In this session today, myself, Danny, and Lauren, we'll talk about trauma-informed care and how we can all as a community identify signs of trauma and include this in our advocacy effort for all affected by diabetes. I thought it would be really good to start off with seeing where we are with what we think trauma is and trauma-informed care. And so I will be giving one example and having us comment in the chat if we think that it's a good example of trauma-informed care or not so good one. And does that sound good to everyone? Okay. So this is scenario 1. So Tammy is a 25-year-old woman who has been feeling unwell in the past few weeks. The nearest hospital to her home is quite some distance, so she decided to check in to a local urgent care center. Despite unknown cost of out-of-pocket treatments, when she arrived at the urgent care center, she was asked a number of questions about her health history. Tammy listed out health conditions that she currently has, which included type 1 diabetes. The healthcare professionals taking her health history responded, "My goodness, you have so many health problems, and you're so young, you have to do a better job looking after yourself." So what do you guys think? Is this trauma-informed care? And yep, the answer is no. Thank you all for participating. Tammy is experiencing a traumatic event, and she has expressed her concerns and sought for help. And as a support system, healthcare professionals, friends, and so forth, it is our responsibility to try and provide a safe environment for her to share and receive support. I know that trauma is such a huge and sensitive topic in the diabetes community and generally, And I just thought that it's something that we need to talk more about. So what exactly is trauma? So trauma is basically an experience that disrupts our sense of safety in the moment and majority of the time, way after the event. And so in other words, trauma is the opposite of safety. So when we are working with or advocating for people who have experienced trauma, it's important for us to first establish safety for them. And this includes physical, psychological, and emotional safety. And alongside safety comes many more important principles that we're all going to talk about during this presentation. And I'll pass on to Danny and Lauren, and I'll come back at the end to test our knowledge.
Hi, everyone. I'm just going to share my screen here. Here I go. In regards to trauma and diabetes in itself, as much as in the other topic was being talked about, there's also important to talk about, to understand the impact that diabetes has on mental health. And it can present itself in various ways, such as burnout, distress, and depression. And today, I just wanted to take a moment to share with you about this. I saw a lot of you talking about this in the chat. And before we start, I would love to see if you would like to share if at some point you have felt something in regards to burnout or distress in regards to yourself living with diabetes or someone you love living with diabetes. And I would love just to if you could share it on the chat. But why is it important? When I was growing up with diabetes, no one ever talked about this. No one ever said you might also have to take care of how you feel and how your emotions are, how you're thinking, how's your relationship with your condition. No one ever said that. Currently, it's being talked a bit more about it, but it seems that not enough. So it's important to me that we as advocates start asking ourselves, why should we be talking about it? Why is it important when we live with diabetes? Why is mental health and should be mental health part of our multidisciplinary care? And why should it never be neglected? An emphasis in never, because it seems that it's most of the time always neglected at some point. The reason is when we live with diabetes, we can very much have an impact in our mental health on regular and daily basis. For instance, depression is occurrence in 2 or 3 times higher in people who live with diabetes. And the majority of these cases will remain undiagnosed or underdiagnosed. I don't know if you ever have had a case where you're trying to express how you feel to one of your healthcare professionals, and that's the least of their interest at the time. And depression should be dealt with. Depression should never be overlooked. And sadly, it's still today severely underdiagnosed. 1 in 4 people living with type 1 diabetes have high levels of distress, as do 1 in 5 people living with type 2 diabetes. It's well known, and today we have often talked about the fact that when we live with diabetes, distress might occur at some point in regards to the way we live with it, in regards to our self-care, in regards to affordability, in so many aspects of our lives. But still, why are we not talking about it? If actually 1 in 4 of us, when we live with type 1 diabetes, or 1 in 5 when you live with type 2, this shows everyone who lives with diabetes is going to experience distress at some point in their diabetes career. When I read this, I thought it was very important for us to listen to it. As I said at the beginning, no one ever said that to me. And that actually made an impact in my life. You know what? Because when it showed in me, when I felt it, when I see people I work with dealing with it, they say, I never expected this to happen. And when someone you're not expecting shows up alongside your care with diabetes, this can really impact the way you feel and the way you deal with your condition. Diabetes burnout is common, and most people with type 1 diabetes have experienced it at some point in their lives. I'm seeing chat box, we're saying this actually happens. And this is important because diabetes burnout happens because we're not being able to stop at some point when we're feeling distressed, because we're not talking about it, because we don't have a space talking about this. And again, this can really impact the way we feel and the way we relate. Moderate to severe anxiety symptoms are an indication of anxiety disorder, affect 1 in 5 people with insulin-treated type 2 diabetes and 1 in 6 with type 1 diabetes or non-insulin treated type 2 diabetes. This is within the range of popular estimates. So we also, alongside not only depression or burnout or distress, we can also present anxiety. And I ask you, does this come up when you go to your appointments? Is this something we're talking about regularly? But I think it's also very important whenever we do have this talk, or at least in my case, I would love to see what you have to say. It is always or mostly just related to self-management. But burnout, distress, anxiety, and depression, diabetes are really not only related to this. As we have heard throughout today, and we will learn much more, it also has to do with other things. I think the past panel was amazing about talking about this next subject, which is stigma. Stigma is one of the big things that we're exposed to when we live with diabetes. When a parent has a kid with diabetes, it's not only about the people living, but also their caregivers, their families. And the stigma is one of those big things that can really take a toll and an impact on mental and emotional health. Language, the way we're talked to by our support system, our healthcare system, can also impact the way we feel. Financial stress, which is one of the big things, having access to insulin or not on a daily basis, and the lack of emotional access and psychological support. Because if think about this, I always think about this, if someone we knew is being attacked or stigmatized, has been someone's using language that is not empowering or that is hurtful towards them, is having financial stress and cannot access whatever they need to feel okay, wouldn't we want them to have at least the ability to have emotional and psychological support? But this does not happen. And this can also have a severe impact in the way we deal with our condition. This is why it's so important to talk about mental health, distress, burnout, because it's something that will happen to all of us at some point. And that is okay. But we do need the tools to be able to deal with it and be able to manage it. For instance, in regards to access, in a recent research, it was found that 1 in 4 people reporting using less insulin than prescribed over the past year, specifically because of cost. The majority responded that 56% rated access to diabetes medication and insulin as their most significant access issue. If 56%, almost 60%, and a quarter of this population have to regularly think about this most definitely not only will have an impact on their diabetes healthcare, on their physical health, but also on their emotional and mental health. Hence, it's vital that mental and emotional health becomes part of life with diabetes and treatment when we live with diabetes. Because there is no health without mental health. I think this is a popular thing that we're listening today. But I was thinking when I was practicing this, and I say, well, yes, there is no health without mental health for sure, but there's also no diabetes without distress. And this is something that we should be advocating for. Mental health needs to be a priority when living with diabetes and should never be overlooked. Because we are now beginning to understand that how people feel affects how the body and functions and vice versa. And that should never be neglected. And that is why mental health should be a priority. Thank you.
All righty. So good morning or afternoon, everyone. It's almost the afternoon here in California in the US. Thanks so much for attending this really important session. I want to thank T1 International and my panel co-presenters for the opportunity to speak today. My name's Lauren Figg. I've had type 1 diabetes since 1998. My personal journey to advocacy really began in 2000 when my dad, who also had a chronic illness, unexpectedly passed away and we lost our health insurance coverage. This was pre-Affordable Care Act, and so we were denied health insurance coverage for a decade until the landmark legislation passed that required pre-existing conditions to be covered on health insurance plans. We all know the financial impact of living with diabetes, and I was really thrust into the advocacy world through this experience, just living one vial at a time for 10 years. I completed a master's degree in social work in 2015 and focused much of my research on what we're talking about today, which is trauma-informed care. I wrote a really long thesis on this, and I could spend all weekend talking about it, but I'm going to do my best to get it in just a few minutes and share kind of my personal and professional experience in a way that gives you some key takeaways on this really important topic. And then I've also asked T1 International to share a list of resources with attendees. So there's a lot of additional reading that can be done with this. I first want to start out by taking a moment to recognize and honor a fellow diabetic and activist, Erin Gilmer, who died in July. Erin was a mentor and friend to so many, including myself. Her work and activism around drug pricing and trauma-informed healthcare really paved the way for all of us to be here today. Erin had an advocacy guide and a blog that I'll share in the resource list, and I really encourage you to take a moment to look at both of those. She was an incredible human who faced insurmountable challenges, and she is deeply missed. So trauma-informed ideology really grew out of something called the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study that the CDC and Kaiser in the US conducted between 1995 and 1997. I'm including literature about this in the resources because it's really, really important, and I just want to encourage you to read about the study and its findings. It's still very relevant, you know, even 20 plus years later. In simple terms, the study showed that things that happen to us can impact our health and well-being as we age, which sounds very obvious, right? There's a lot more complexity to it than that. But I want to focus how on each stage of this pyramid here, we have opportunities to mitigate these negative health and social impacts, and that's exactly what a trauma-informed approach does. So trauma-informed care has 4 key components, and they're to realize the widespread impact of trauma and understand paths toward recovery, recognizing the signs and symptoms of trauma, responding by integrating knowledge about trauma into policies, practices, and procedures, and actively resisting re-traumatization. This is what we're going to focus on today. There are also these 6 additional key principles. I don't want to glaze over this, but I have more information about each of these and their importance in the resources. So trauma-informed ideologies have been implemented in social service, healthcare, and behavioral health settings over the last 20 years. Much of the graduate research that I did focused on how communities can support trauma-informed change, but I believe we can really apply these principles to every aspect of our lives, including advocacy. I actually feel that advocates have an obligation to supporting trauma-informed principles in movements. So I'm going to share some ways that we can think about Insulin for All advocacy from a trauma-informed lens. The first is to realize, and this is exactly what Tolu and Danny kind of introduced for us, understanding that a diagnosis and life with diabetes is traumatic in itself. Other toxic stressors like insulin insecurity is additionally traumatic. And then it's also critical for us to understand and realize the impact of other complex trauma related to race and ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender identity, poverty, abuse, historical trauma, and then all of those things combined with diabetes. Another really important thing is that the insulin price crisis is active. It's happening right now. So many advocates may and are definitely experiencing this in many ways. So it's important for us to understand that and take that into consideration when we consider advocate engagement. And we also don't want to lose sight that storytelling and community connection are absolutely vital to disease management. So even though this is very challenging and active trauma for a lot of people, the connection with other advocates and a purpose in advocacy is really important. Recognizing, again, like Danny talked about, signs of diabetes distress, burnout, and depression, and then learning the effects of trauma and adversity on health and behavior. I think this is the most important one for our talk today, is the response to how we can respond to understanding that living with diabetes is traumatic and be trauma-informed in our advocacy. One very important thing we can do is create safe advocacy spaces that are inclusive, welcoming, destigmatizing, and non-re-traumatizing. One thing that happens a lot, probably all of us need to be called out on this, is that often we are, as diabetes advocates, can be stigmatizing towards other types of diabetes, like type 2, not include concerns of other types of diabetes in our advocacy. And so creating these safe spaces for people of different backgrounds and with different diagnoses is really important. Allowing for engagement options that meet the needs of advocates. So diversify the way that you allow people to engage in your advocacy. As Ian mentioned, I was the chapter leader in California. California is huge, it's almost a country. So the difference between Northern and Southern California is like 9 hours or more, right? So having only in-person events in one part of the state is not open and inclusive for a lot of people. So considering things like technology use with Zoom, options for digital advocacy, things like letter writing campaigns, and finding unique ways for people to be involved that allow them to participate in a way, again, that they feel comfortable with and is not re-traumatizing. Considering physical safety, if you're having in-person events, do you have things like low snacks or things that people might need in the moment to be able to take care of themselves? I think it's important for us to provide access to resources for things like mental health and immediate assistance for people with diabetes. Participating in intentional and reflective self-care. I was so thankful that Liz led us in the mindfulness and stretching activity, because this is something that we also have to do very intentionally as part of our advocacy in order to be able to effectively care for ourselves and help lead movements. Again, I really want to highlight considering how our advocacy impacts marginalized populations. So things like if a bill is up for consideration, what percentage of our population in our state, neighborhood, country, whatever, is this bill going to impact? How does it specifically impact people of color, people in the LGBTQ community, other people, or people with other types of disabilities, people who are living in poverty? All of those things have to be considered from a trauma-informed lens in order for our advocacy to be effective. And then providing education and support for diabetes distress. We now know that this is a shared experience for many people. And so again, normalizing that conversation and educating people that this is kind of part of it and what we can do to really support each other. And then finally, resist. We can use, again, this is resisting re-traumatization. We can use non-judgmental, appropriate, and patient-centered language, create psychological safety, and provide support, especially around storytelling. If we're asking advocates to come and provide testimony for a bill, at the Capitol in front of a bunch of lawmakers, what can we do as leaders and as the diabetes community to provide psychological safety and support around those instances that may be re-traumatizing, but are also really important to movement? And then encourage and almost demand that advocates and community members utilize trauma-informed practices. So if you're engaged in a conversation with advocates and you're noticing that they're not really being trauma-informed, or they're being stigmatizing, re-traumatizing, there's a lot of opportunities we have to intervene and educate and ensure that we can make these principles a part of our larger movement. There's no handbook or guide on how to be trauma informed. It is really a best practice. It's a business practice. It's just a part of the way that we can and should be doing things. So I know I went through that really quickly. It's a big, gigantic topic. And you might be asking yourself, where can I start? Recommendations are here. And I just really want to point out one thing, that one of the big takeaways of the ACE study was that even though trauma can have lifetime impacts, one positive adult in a child's life can mitigate or delay these impacts significantly. This was one of the most important findings of the study. So this shows the importance of connection and relationships, and that is exactly what we have here with this community. So thank you so much. I'm happy to answer questions. See a lot of notifications in the chat.
So scenario 2, this is a long one, but it's a good one. Daniel is a 16-year-old with type 1 diabetes. During his diabetes clinic visit, the healthcare team noticed a pattern of increase in A1C, which is an average blood sugar level. His diabetes educator reviewed his blood sugar logs and saw that the reading dates were inconsistent. He denied having any management-related concerns, but when he met with his endocrinologist, he admitted to often avoiding checking his blood sugar and winging it for insulin dosing, which he attributed to not wanting to deal with his diabetes right now. As part of the clinic's multidisciplinary evaluation, he met with his social worker. During this assessment, Daniel disclosed that he has been experiencing some anxiety and intrusive thoughts as a result of witnessing domestic violence between his parents when he was 9 years old. He reported that these thoughts and increased anxiety were newly triggered by recent attempts by his estranged father to reconnect with him. After meeting with a social worker and the clinic psychiatrist, he agreed to a referral for trauma therapy to discuss how this traumatic event and his current symptoms may be affecting his diabetes management, and to strategize on how to address these symptoms to improve his overall health. So what do you guys think? Is this a trauma-informed care? Thank you all for taking part. I see yeses, and that is right. It's a great example of trauma-informed care. Most people living with diabetes will experience a period of neglect for their management. It doesn't make them irresponsible. As a community, instead of labeling people with diabetes who are unable to stabilize their blood sugar level as non-compliant or bad diabetic, let's just seek to understand many potential psychosocial reasons why this could be taking place. Even if you haven't experienced traumatic event in the past, living with diabetes in itself is a traumatic event. And so communities, healthcare professionals need to engage with that understanding. So in conclusion, the opposite of trauma is safety. Many healthcare professionals, including diabetes clinics, have started integrating screenings of trauma exposures and symptoms into their care pathways. These screenings can include child and adolescent trauma screen, the SCARED, PTSD assessment, and life event checklist. Given the likelihood that many people in general would have experienced some sort of trauma in their life, events at some point in their lives, and as individuals living with diabetes, as allies seeking knowledge and trauma-informed care can help in maximizing the well-being of patients, families, and so forth. This is a movement for all. Additionally, many communities do not have access to multidisciplinary teams and mental health care, such as trained psychologists, psychiatrists, and many other mental health workers. The presence of these key healthcare professionals can decrease the stigma of seeking care and make seeking help more straightforward. But all this again starts with conversation and a safe space and a nurturing environment to get started. Thank you all, and remember that there are always resources online, and always seek professional help where possible. And now, any questions for us?
I saw a question in the chat. Do you have any practical suggestions for reducing re-traumatization of advocates, especially storytelling in non-diabetic settings? That's a really good question. And I think that the biggest thing that we can do is prepare people for, that this is going to be challenging, right? If you're if you're doing testimony, like for a bill, the people who are hearing that bill, the representatives, may not have lived experience with diabetes and may not understand the intricacies of what it's like living with diabetes and experiencing insulin insecurity. And so preparing people as much as we can that you might have questions that are uncomfortable. You don't have to answer anything that you don't feel comfortable answering. And then providing follow-up support for that person immediately and maybe a day or two after. How are you feeling right now? Is there anything you need from me or the community? Is there something I can help you get connected with or talk through immediately? And then in a few days, now that you've had some time to think and sit on this, is there a way that we can be supportive to you? I think that it's also, we can be really empowering when we look for people to provide legislative testimony. So instead of directly asking somebody, maybe allow people to volunteer and give them some expectations about what it might be like. We don't have control over what those types of settings are going to look like or what the response will be, but we can really just like cushion the experience for that individual who is his storytelling. And again, just providing constant support, I think is the biggest thing, and recognizing that it could be re-traumatizing is a really big piece of that.
All right, do we have any other questions coming through? And we will be sharing resources after this via email, and we'll get that out to you. And thank you all so much for listening.
Yes, thank you so much. And I just wanted to say, if we don't have any questions, remember that mental health is also a human right and should be. You all should know that whenever you're treated, you have the right to ask for help, and you should never be discriminated or judged upon it. And if you are, just ask for help. You should not feel by yourself or alone. And it's something you have a right to ask for.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Hello to everyone. My name is Bertrand Burgala. I'm a musician and producer. I'm also a diabetic and one of the founders of Diabete Mechant, which is a French diabetics association. We work very closely with T1I International and the campaign Insulin for All. We feel we have a special role to play here because one of the three major companies which controls the market of insulin and its prices, Sanofi, is based in France. So we advocate with the government, with MPs, the public opinion. We do this by writing, publishing articles in the press. We did demonstrations. This year in France, a documentary about diabetes had a huge success on TV. It was based on a book I had written a few years ago, and it gave a large space to T1 International and on the campaign Insulin for All. I'm pretty optimistic. I think we will win. We will win, but how long will it take, and how many people will die stupidly because of this greed? Every time we talk about this, no one ever says we're wrong. No one can tell us, you forgot these realities, you forgot this cost. We never challenged. So we really have to do our best as quickly as possible so that this situation changes. I really want to thank everyone at T1 International and everyone involved in this campaign. It's very important. Let's keep on keeping on. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
So our next session here is going to examine the state of the insulin price crisis in the birthplace of insulin, Canada. Dr. Joanne West is a registered clinical and counseling psychologist diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at age 47. She is a specialist in trauma treatment, and we are glad to have her thoughts here with us today.
Hi, I'm Joanne West, and I'm a member of the Canadian chapter of T1 International. And today I'm going to talk to you about the insulin access situation here in Canada. I'm going to hide myself and start my presentation now. So the discovery of insulin in Toronto, the city from which I'm talking to you right now, is a source of pride for all Canadians. We're happy to talk about it. It's on our $100 bill. We're as proud of it as we are of hockey. But here we are in the 100th anniversary of its discovery, and access to affordable insulin within Canada continues to be problematic. It's impaired by cost, issues of inequality, and we are dependent on imports. So today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how pharmaceutical funding works in Canada, diabetes specifically, and its costs in Canada, what we think needs to change, what we're doing about it, and how you can support us. So let's talk about pharmacare in Canada. We are the only nation in the world with universal healthcare without universal pharmacare. You might need to read that twice. So contrary to what most people in the world think, and contrary to what most Canadians think, insulin is not free in Canada. Instead, Canada has a patchwork of public and private prescription coverage that varies depending on where you live, how much money you make, and who you work for. So in terms of public prescription coverage in Canada, any medications used in a hospital are covered by the government. So for instance, a diabetic who requires insulin management during a surgery. The insulin used in the hospital stay is covered, but you will not be given any to take home with you. Federal and provincial territorial plans provide some public subsidy for medications used outside of hospital, but only for certain people. Those on social assistance, those over the age of 65, and Indigenous people living on reserve are usually covered. However, there are no national standards for public drug programs in Canada, so that results in a lot of uneven coverage for insulin and other diabetes supplies. Lots of Canadians have private coverage. About half of working age Canadians have employer-based private insurance. Often that requires a copay. However, 1/5 of Canadians pay entirely out of pocket for their prescriptions at a cost estimated to be at today more than $30 billion a year. The patchwork of hundreds of different public plans and thousands of different private ones have left millions of Canadians every year struggling to afford their medication, including insulin. One of the things that we hear a lot is, but it's not as bad as in the United States. And that is true, but Canadians spend a higher percentage of their total health spending on drugs than do Americans. Canadians pay the highest drug costs in the world, behind only the Americans and people in Switzerland. And compared to high-income countries with universal drug coverage, Canadians experience far higher rates of cost-related non-adherence to medications. And we know what that means for diabetics. Our drug prices are 25% higher than the average amongst nations in the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. And 1/4 of all Canadian households say they have an individual who did not fill or renew a prescription or who rationed a prescription because of cost. And the reality is this results in hundreds of premature deaths annually relative to comparable countries that have universal drug coverage. We do have something that our American cousins don't, and that is the Patent Medicine Price Review Board, which is a quasi-governmental organization that sets price ceilings for drugs that newly enter the Canadian market based on cost of those same drugs in comparator countries. A couple of problems. The board only regulates the price that is charged wholesalers or hospitals or pharmacies, not the end user prices. And those include markups that make it more difficult for Canadians to pay for their drugs. And existing drug prices are almost never reviewed. So all of the insulins that Canadians currently use, their price is already set, and there is no instance under which they have been reviewed to date. So let's talk about diabetes in Canada. Diabetes affects more than 3 million Canadians. That's one of the highest prevalence rates amongst comparator countries. For context, we have about 36, 37 million Canadians in total. So as in many other places in the world, people who live in Canada that have low incomes and diabetes have to make some terrible choices about how to best manage their condition. And it should be noted that Indigenous peoples who live in Canada are 3 to 5 times higher risk of developing diabetes and have far higher rates of complications. We also don't make any insulin in Canada. So Connaught Labs, which is affiliated with the University of Toronto, were the world's original insulin producers. They accepted that famous $1 patent from Banting et al. And they later entered into agreement with Eli Lilly, who initially did mass-produce insulin here in Canada. However, our conservative government sold off Connaught Labs in 1984, and that's when any domestic manufacturing of insulin in Canada ceased. Today, we truck it all in from America. So when people ask you whether Canadian insulin is safe, the answer is yes, because it is in fact American-produced insulin. The financial burden of diabetes in Canada. So at a national level, way back in 2015, it was estimated that there are 3 billion annual direct costs to Canada related to diabetes care, and that in just a few years, that direct cost will have increased by over 40%. We are in the top 10 OECD countries for both total and mean healthcare expenditure related to diabetes and its complications. We're very lucky. Visits to physicians, specialists like endocrinologists, hospitalization, and most lab and other diagnostic tests are covered in all jurisdictions. But most Canadians with diabetes pay more than 3% of their income for medication each year, and supplies and other diabetes management devices, etc. And that is defined as a catastrophic level of costs by the Commissions on Healthcare. There are some Canadians in Canada that spend more than $15,000 a year on insulin and medication and supplies and devices. I'm one of them. So at the individual level, 1/4 of all Canadians with diabetes report that costs affect adherence to treatment. In a survey done by T1 International, they found that about 1 in 5 Canadians have rationed their insulin in the last year. The inequitable pattern of access to affordable insulin and other diabetes management necessities depends very much on what jurisdiction you live in and the will of the government in that jurisdiction. We've seen expansion and contractions of coverages at different jurisdictions within Canada. So in some provinces, only children and seniors can access government assistance in paying for insulin and other supplies. I will say that the Yukon Territory is the only part of Canada in which insulin is free to anyone who needs it. So we have 3 main issues here in Canada: no universal pharmacare, which results in an inequitable cost burden in accessing insulin and diabetes supplies and results in rationing. We have a patchwork of access that disproportionately impacts the most vulnerable, and we have no domestic manufacturing. We need universal pharmacare. With a national system of pharmaceutical coverage publicly funded in Canada, the federal government would be in a position to save billions of dollars and drive down cost. And by removing out-of-pocket expenses for insulin and other diabetes supplies, we would improve patient adherence and outcomes. We would reduce avoidable hospital admissions. We would avoid complications and premature death. And there would be a net savings to the public in general. Why hasn't that happened? It's so obvious. The pharmaceutical industry has been effective in lobbying within Canada against universal pharmacare. And unfortunately, the dominant diabetes organizations in Canada are compromised through their relationships with the pharmaceutical industry. There are shared health responsibilities between our federal government and our provinces and territories, and that allows for infighting and avoidance of bringing in what would be a complicated system, but one that would, as I've said, save the country billions of dollars every year. And frankly, Canadians haven't demanded it. We have put up with governments, subsequent national governments, promising to provide universal health care, not doing so, and to date, we haven't voted them out because of it, although we are in the midst of a federal election just now. So let's see. We are advocating for free insulin for everyone in Canada who needs it, coast to coast, regardless of age, income, etc. So a minimum improvement would be to make all kinds of insulin free. In addition, we are also advocating that other medications, devices, supplies that help people to manage their diabetes and avoid complications or manage those complications, they should be broadly and consistently available across Canada, regardless of where you live. So the mission of our chapter has been to raise awareness within Canada, and today we have the opportunity to raise awareness outside of Canada about issues in accessing insulin, about choices that Canadians who need insulin are having to make, hard choices, unacceptable choices. We try to educate the public about the issues that we face. We try to elevate the voices of people who need insulin and manage diabetes within Canada. And we advocate with all levels of government for the legislative change that we need to best support Canadians with diabetes, specifically universal pharmacare and equitable access. So here's some of what we've done so far. We provided testimony to the Canadian Senate regarding a national strategy for the monitoring care of diabetes in Canada. We created a letter writing campaign in response to recent news that animal insulin would no longer be imported to Canada. This would impact about 400 long-term diabetics who have been living with this disability for probably more than 50 years and whose bodies just do better with animal insulin. That fight is not over. We're still in the midst of it. We sent a written response, and I was lucky enough to go to our national capital, Ottawa, to attend a meeting regarding the revision of guidelines around pricing for new drugs that would enter our Canadian market. Those guidelines remain under review, despite originally they were supposed to have been implemented, gosh, I think it's 2 years ago now, but the pharmaceutical industry has been successful in delaying that out of fear that it would, I guess, adversely impact their bottom line. We have, our members have activated direct mailing campaigns in support of universal pharmacare during our last federal election, which was only about 2 years ago. We are doing so again. We have run several social media campaigns in support of universal pharmacare. We've also run them in support of access to diabetes technology, to have national parity about that access. Currently, we're supporting another organization's advocacy online around coverage for continuous glucose monitors and continuous coverage in Ontario for annual diabetes eye exams that used to be publicly funded, but in the last few months, the public funding has ended. And we know that if people have to pay out of pocket, that will disproportionately adversely impact people who are the least able to pay out of pocket. For the 100th anniversary of the discovery of insulin, our chapter had originally planned to have lots of lovely direct action events at the site where the conference marking the 100th anniversary was going to be held. It would be a medical conference with endocrinologists and diabetes researchers from around the world that would be meeting near the site where the discovery of insulin took place. Obviously, they and we had to shift to online because of COVID, but we used hashtag #FreeInsulin100 and generated advocacy and awareness. We continue to take meetings and build alliances with national, provincial, and international organizations who share our goal of universal pharmacare within Canada. And only, of course, those organizations that are non-pharma industry funded. And we're very grateful today to talk to our friends around the world within T1 International who understand the challenges that we all face as people who need insulin to live. We're heartened by your energies and your fights, and we continue to want to build alliances with other chapters. We've had some great conversations with some American chapters. Our closest cousins in the New York chapter have been wonderful to us, and we hope that you will help to elevate our messages, and we want to be really useful to you and elevate your messages and support you in your advocacy. So here are some of the ways to follow what we're up to and to get in touch. We want to end by acknowledging our privileges here in Canada. We live in a peaceful country. We have a stable government. We have a public healthcare system, even though our prescription needs are not covered. We live on ceded and unceded Indigenous lands. And it is a reality that 2/3 of working Canadians have access to employment-based health benefits, but we have not achieved our goals. There are many people in Canada who need insulin, who can't access it without rationing, who are paying catastrophic healthcare costs, and we are not giving up until we change that reality. We're very proud of the work that we've done so far, and we're really grateful for the chance to talk to you about what we've been up to. Thank you so much for listening.
Some really awesome words there from Dr. West and some really valuable insights. It's a reminder that even in the country where insulin was developed, originated, discovered, there are so many challenges that exist in terms of access and affordability. And that's why we need to be stronger advocates in our communities and across the globe. And it's absolutely something that we can achieve.
Diabetes is often a confusing word for our common people and our government, and this confusion is continuously taking a toll on the lives of many people living with this chronic condition, having several types.
We are here to talk about type 1 diabetes and that access to insulin, its delivery system, and diabetes management supply are a fundamental right of a person living with type 1 diabetes.
And while talking about access to insulin, we cannot leave behind the estimated 12 million people with type 2 diabetes in India by 2030 who will require insulin for their diabetes management.
We also want to emphasize that taking insulin injections is not a curse. Sadly, this is a misconception in India. If a person with type 1 diabetes is alive, it is only because of insulin therapy. And unfortunately, we are being deprived of our own rights by not getting a genuine support from our government and other important stakeholders.
India, with an approximate population of 1.4 billion, has 29 different states.
And according to the Constitution of India, health is a state subject, which means for the rights of people with type 1 diabetes, we need central government to take action on this matter along with the state government.
Just like the COVID-19 pandemic, we are also dealing with the pandemic of diabetes. And with the rate of type 1 diabetes cases increasing every year, we need to act now for our rights.
Along with T1 International, we at Diabetes Fighters Trust, as global advocacy partners, are looking forward to collaborate and work together to revisualize and revolutionize the status of type 1 diabetes in India as well as across the world.
So, as we know, the diabetes community is extremely diverse, and diabetes is a condition that affects people regardless of age, race, creed. And we certainly know at T1 International that representation among the community does not necessarily match that diversity. And that in healthcare as a whole, there are wide disparities in care and enormous inequities that must be overcome in order to make sure that we're living in a just world. So I'm proud to turn it over to my colleague, Jesus, who will be moderating our next panel, along with 4 incredible advocates from communities of color who are here to help us engage in a dialogue about what the next steps are in terms of addressing these inequities that exist. So take it away, Jesus.
Thank you, Ian. And thank you for all the previous panelists and people that have been making this event a very successful one. My name is Jesus Morales Sanchez. I am one of the advocacy managers with T1 International. I have been living with type 1 diabetes for almost 3 years. And I'm really happy to introduce this set of really awesome advocates that we have with us today. So first off, I would love to introduce Brandon. So if we can get Brandon Denson on the screen.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
You see me? I'm not sure if you guys can see me or not. Okay.
Yep, we can see you.
Hey, how you doing? How's everybody doing today? My name is Brandon A. Denson. I am a type 1 diabetic. I was diagnosed 17 years ago. Oh man, so long ago. Seems like it was just yesterday. But yeah, I'm an advocate, the face of diabetes, and then I also run a nonprofit by the name of Bolus Maximus with my co-founder Matthew Artero. And you know, our goal and our mission is to support, educate, and motivate. And you know, I think one of the biggest things that we see often is people having to ration insulin or not having access to insulin. And then we also see in underprivileged, underserved, under-resourced areas, they don't get the same attention as if we're talking about a Beverly Hills or we're talking about somewhere in Hollywood or something like that. So, you know, far as what we're doing, and my goal is to make sure I advocate for everyone living with diabetes, and especially type 1 diabetes.
All right. Thank you, Brandon. I'm really happy that you're joining us today. Up next, Al-Zahara.
Hi, my name is Al-Zahara. I am a type 1 diabetic. I've been diabetic for almost 15 years now. I got it back in 2007. My brother is also a type 1 diabetic. He got it a few years after me. I'm also a software engineer, so that's kind of what I do. And I've been volunteering with T1 Diabetes for like 2 to 3 years now. I don't know, don't quote me on that. But yeah, my like main goal is to honestly like use technology to hopefully provide access to underprivileged communities. That's me.
All right, thank you, Al-Zahara. Up next, Mariana Marquez.
Hi, everyone. So yeah, my name is Mariana Marquez Farmer, and I've been living with type 1 diabetes now for 22 years. First generation, also the only one in both my paternal and maternal family to be a type 1 diabetic, which has definitely caused a lot of interesting conversation within my families. I am located in Colorado Springs, where I'm a family advocate, helping marginalized societies with policies, with helping them find support within our community. I am a digital advocate for T1 International, along with my diabetic alert dog, Lady Bear. I'm sure you guys have seen her. And I've been doing this for 1.5 years. And my main goal is to really bring a spotlight within my culture about what type 1 diabetes is and what that looks like.
All right. Thank you, Mariana. And then last but most certainly not least, Tracy.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tracy Ramey. I first got started in diabetes advocacy when my daughter, Cassidy, was diagnosed in 2018. It became like almost like a rallying cry for me, kind of standing on a soapbox, shouting to the internet, like, hey, this is happening. And I didn't think anyone else was listening, but then I got a call to action with the Ohio chapter, where I became the Communities of Color outreach lead. Within that time, I also developed type 2 myself. And I also have learned that from the experience of my daughter having type 1, it is just so important to, like, within a healthcare setting, to understand that like, you're not always receiving the care you need as a type 2, but because my daughter has had type 1, I understand intricacies, and I understand the fact that insulin should be for all.
Thank you. And thank you all for joining us. And I think we're here to have a really comprehensive, an initial conversation of a more comprehensive topic. We have learned throughout the day that healthcare and access to healthcare is very different for different communities, depending on what country you're from. However, being all of us based in the United States, I think that a lot of those inequities can also be seen within the same country, and the United States is one that has a very interesting dynamic. We see a lot of different communities struggling in different ways. So I would definitely want us to get started just really getting a little bit of insight from each one of you about what are some of the barriers to access to healthcare that either you or people in your community have experienced, and the impact that they have had. So I don't know if there's any volunteers that wants to go first, but yeah, floor is yours.
I can kick it off. So for me, I am a first generation. My parents are refugees from Iraq. They came here like in the 90s. So when they came here, my dad had started high school, but he didn't even end up finishing. And my mom was like almost done with college. Wait, so my dad's older, but like he never got to finish high school because of having to go to the war. Basically, they're from Iraq, so you know, the Iraq war. And of course, like coming here, it was already hard enough, you know, like having that language barrier and like not having really, starting from literally nothing, having to build up, caused a lot of barriers. And then like a few years later, I came along and got diabetes, and it was really hard because people didn't really, I guess, understand the way that like, I guess they automatically assumed that my mom was just like incompetent because like she has an accent, and like when she speaks, she's like, I guess she's like, she is hard to understand and her English is kind of broken, but like also at the same time, like it's not her first language. And it just seemed like a lot of the time when a lot of our like diabetes educators or our like doctors and stuff, when they would see us like in the hospital or even like going to like follow-ups, a lot of the times they kind of just like they never gave us information about like insulin pumps, CGMs. That was kind of all me finding out about it from like doing research. Otherwise, no one has ever brought it up to that point. So it just seems like they were just trying to like get rid of us in a way, like, you know, just giving us like the essentials and then being like, all right, like you have insulin, you have syringes, like figure it out type thing. And a lot of the times, like, it was kind of like me having to advocate for myself, and I was only 8 years old. And we just would go to all these appointments, and like my mom, she understands, like she is able to talk, but like they would literally try to like dumb it down for her almost, which is like insulting because you're automatically assuming that like someone doesn't understand. And then also like diabetes was not, especially type 1 diabetes in children, like I was the first person to get it, and like no one understood it in the community. So like there was so much like misconceptions about it, and we just had a lot of people like automatically assume it's like what I ate, what I did, and like people in our community or in our culture like have no chill, so they will literally say anything that comes to mind. And like, yeah, so just having to figure all of that out, and then also coming from a low income family, that didn't help because access to like all these high tech like technologies were basically inaccessible for me. So dealing with that was a lot.
Thank you, Al-Sahara. Would anyone else like to add to? Yeah, Brandon.
I'll say from the very beginning, which it seems like it was, like I said, yesterday, when I was diagnosed, going into my senior year of high school. Just to follow up what she said, I think there isn't a lot of doctors, endocrinologists, nurses. They don't really talk to the patients about the next greatest things that could potentially help somebody living with diabetes, whether that's, you know, a form of insulin, if that's a form of technology, far as CGM, far as insulin pumps. I know when I was at the University of Michigan Hospital, I just happened to ask. I was like, it's got to be an easier way than just like drawing up a syringe out of the vial and like taking a shot. And then that's when I first found out about an insulin pump. So it kind of, you know, I was always into technology. So the first chance I had to get on an insulin pump was something that I wanted to do, especially with being in college and then playing sports and things like that. But I think one of the things is there's a difference between education and knowledge. And I think the education piece is just books. We're talking books, but I think specific cultures need they need knowledge on how to use it as it pertains to their culture. And I think that's something huge within the health inequalities that we deal with every single day. Not just myself, but millions of other people living with type 1 and type 2 diabetes. And I think we have to kind of change the narrative of what that looks like, because at the end of the day, if these devices, we're talking insulin, we're talking technology, if these things help individuals in different neighborhoods or different demographics, everybody should have access to them to have a better, healthy, sustaining life.
Thank you. Mariana or Tracy, I would like to give you the opportunity to add.
Do you want to go, Tracy, or do you want me to go?
I can go. As a parent, fortunately, in my situation, I think because I'm the person that is doing the advocacy for my child, I've been able to be up on a lot of the technology and all the different things that she would need for herself. It's just having that support to have access, having the support for her within her classroom, and within like, unfortunately, she's been in the same place and the children have grown and learned with her. We've had a nurse that has done education every single year in the classroom about diabetes, and it's not contagious, and like all these different things. They have like props in that come in with that. My thing is the people that are in my community that have not been supported all this time. I've got messages from people that I've known that I had no idea that their child or they have had diabetes for years, and they're like, thanks for speaking up, thanks for doing this, and that. It's just hard within the Black community, I believe, because going back to the previous, one of the previous presentations about stigma, diabetes in itself is such a stigma, no matter what type it is. People don't understand the terminologies. And I just think that that is something that our focus should definitely go into. And as it pertains to healthcare as well, we have a lot of times where, just like Altahara said, that there are those biases that medical professionals have, and they're just trying to scoot you along. Like I said, I'm fortunate for several different reasons, but also with my medical insurance, I have access to healthcare, and I've been able to use that for my daughter. And I'm just thinking that other people who are lower income, who may be in the Black community, may also not have that access or the ability, or may not think that visits regularly are not as important, and are just kind of getting by.
Thank you. Mariana?
Yeah, just to touch back on Al-Zahar and like my barriers and my family's barriers particularly is that, you know, being first generation, being the only one diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, it was interesting to see how my brother and myself, who grew up here, had to be the translators. I grew up in I grew up basically in a border city. So you would expect and you would hope that they'd be more Hispanic, Spanish-speaking endocrinologists, but that wasn't the case. A lot of them would migrate from San Diego down to my hometown. So a lot of it was really me trying to translate these very specific words that was hard as a 12-year-old to understand and how to translate it. So I think it's very important as a strategy for myself is to educate individuals in my family what these words mean and what they look like. What is A1C? You know, what is bolus? What is basal rate? Which for many of us, we understand that. But a lot of our immediate family, especially in my culture, it's kind of like, what does that mean? And I saw a lot of you talked about how special remedies, I mean, I can't even put into words how that impacted my life growing up as a type 1 diabetic, or what we call a bruja, which is like a witch in Spanish. But basically, it's the belief that somebody has put this spell on you, or this something that this is why you're a type 1 diabetic, and having to go to a bruja to try to cleanse you from that. My mom tried that, you know, because like I said, it was helplessness. It was just being helpless, not knowing exactly what there was and not getting answers for it. So that's like one of the strategies that I use within my own immediate family is just education. What does that look like? What are these terms? How can we support you? So yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And thank you for going there, because I think that leads very nicely into the follow-up kind of like conversation, which is like, what are some of the things that would be helpful? You know, we know that this stigma, you know, there's stigma everywhere, whether it is about like people's backgrounds or the condition itself, right? And it can be seen within medical professionals, within our communities, and the role of someone who is either a caretaker or a patient, a lot of the times is taking on that advocate role, right? Self-advocate or advocate for the person they're taking care of. What are some tools that you have found helpful to try to approach those conversations, those difficult conversations sometimes? And what are some things that you know you wish that either people in your community or healthcare providers would know or would do better?
Can I start? Is that okay with you all if I could start this? Perfect. I think for me is when I come into a conversation with somebody in my community is really knowing that they're not speaking. Well, for me, they're not speaking out of hate, but out of ignorance. So that has really helped me translate and really helped me speak on behalf of a type 1 diabetic in my community. So that's one thing that I definitely push for, is just really understanding that individuals are not coming from part of hate, just really just not understanding what it is, especially if you come from a marginalized society. And I think that, what was the third question, Jesus?
What are some things that you think that either our communities or healthcare providers could do better?
Yeah, and for that, it really is just listening to us. I think T1 International really speaks on that behalf, is that the patient is the best advocate, and the patient knows what type 1 diabetes is regarding their body and their mental health. So that's one thing that I'm super I advocate for, is that, hey, I've been living with this for 22 years. I think I understand to an extent. I just need you to come alongside me and really help me understand like the medical perspective from it.
Thank you.
I'll
Go
go
ahead.
ahead and I think you know, when we look at the doctors, and I never want to discredit doctors. You know, they went to school. Kudos, but I think you hit it on the head, Marina. It comes to a point that we understand what we're living with and what we're dealing with, and I think it the doctors need to listen to the patient, because we are our own best advocate. So we need to make sure, in the primary care physician setting, in the endocrinologist setting, in the ophthalmologist setting, in the podiatry setting, that these doctors are taking what we're saying seriously, because a lot of times they don't. It's like they just want to get off what they need to get off because they have a certain amount of time that they can see us. With telehealth, I think in my personal opinion, I think it's trash. That's just me. Because now we go from a 30-minute appointment to a 15-minute appointment. And it's just like, what all can be done in 15 minutes, let alone 30 not being enough time. So I think we have to get to a point to where the doctors are actually listening to the patients, because I don't think anybody will lie in there and say, hey, I'm feeling this way, but you're really not. Like, you feel terrible, but you're trying to display that and let your endocrinologist know that there's something going on, or you don't feel right. And, sometimes a lot of times what I get is it's based off of their education on what they've been taught, and not based on the feeling of the patient. And it just goes back to the listening aspect, which I feel like we can't expect the doctors to change anything if they're not going to listen to the person that they're actually trying to take care of. So we see this over and over again, whether it's people that understand diabetes, or even if they don't, as a patient. I think it's that doctors sole job is to make sure that they're listening to their patient.
Tracy?
Yeah, I would just say, to piggyback off of that, a recent experience that we had. My daughter has a bit of insulin resistance, and she has had, through the pandemic, with children in general, have had some have had some anxiety. She's had a bit of anxiety with kind of dealing with the pandemic and diabetes and school and everything. And our doctor, or a new nurse practitioner, actually, I just wanted her to kind of understand, like, the care of her body, and kind of, instead of rattling off all these different things that she's doing wrong in her diabetes, like, you need to eat this at this time. Even though she was addressing me, it was my daughter internalized that, and I had to do a lot of just really loving on her and expressing to her that you're doing what you're supposed to do. You're doing things right. And it's your body is fine the way that it is. And we're working to help you stay safe and to stay alive. And I think that doctors need to kind of understand, and I feel like she kind of talked over her, not talked over her, but talked to me and not really to her. But I feel like that needs to be something that I would really love to see more nurse practitioners and doctors do, is to really involve my child, who was the one going through the diabetes, the type 1, in any sense, to really involve her in that care and not kind of talk to her, because my main concern down the road is eating disorders or anything like that. I don't want that to materialize because she's feeling like she's doing something wrong in her own body.
Thank you for sharing that. And I think just a little bit of a segue, I think that's something that, in formative years is such an important thing to tackle and talk about, right? Thank you for that. Al-Sahara, I don't know if you want to add a little bit more to this.
Yes, I definitely do. So I've been reading the chat, and I agree with everybody about especially having access to telehealth, because it is so annoying having to drive 30, 45 minutes, even an hour to get 10 minutes of a doctor's time. And then especially for parents who for me, who don't really understand the language, it's almost like they drive 45 minutes for an A1C test. And then it's all right, either you're doing fine or make changes, And I feel like that does limit access because a lot of people who live really far from like their nearest endocrinologist are just not going to be able to make those drives out, you know, and like they tend to miss more appointments. So I definitely think that it's important for people to have access to things like telehealth. And then another thing that I've like noticed is where was I going with this? Oh, I feel like a lot of the times you're not really being educated, you're just being told to like make changes or this is what you need to do. Sometimes they don't like even take the time to explain kind of why or like what the relationship of like changing your like what it's going to do for you almost. And then it's hard to like translate that also like to my mom or whatever because I'm like I'm not even understanding. This was like when I was first diagnosed, like obviously now I'm like fine, but like I mean parents who are just finding out their child got diabetes, like that's traumatic for them too, and then not even being able to like get the information they need because doctors don't want to take the time, I guess, to like educate parents about it, especially when it's hard to communicate with those parents. Like they're more likely to just kind of dismiss them and like go on with their days. So I definitely feel like we need more options for like healthcare. And then also I think it's really important to just have like more than just doctors. Like I find like having a diabetes educator, because for a while we had to see a diabetes educator, and I found that to be more helpful than even my doctor's appointments, especially in the beginning of being diagnosed. I think it's just like really helpful.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you. And then I guess, we're coming, close to the end of our session, but I definitely want like, to have like one last bit of a conversation, which is kind of like how, has all these experiences living with diabetes, taking care of someone else living with diabetes, how has this informed your advocacy? How has this impacted the way that you view the work that we're doing? You're all in one way or another, connected with T1 International and the work that we're doing. And so how is it that your lived experience has shaped the advocate that you are today?
Can I just real quick add one more important thing?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Kind of reminded me of it in the chat. Another thing, because I think it was you, Mariana, who said you have to drive 2 hours for your endo. Okay, that's another thing. A lot of these like low income marginalized communities do not have like, I don't know if you live in like obviously, and I'm just saying like in general, that's kind of like the thing where like a lot of like low income neighborhoods and like marginalized communities don't have hospitals like near them or even like let alone like an endocrinologist. So they do have to drive out further. So that's another reason why like it's so important to have options. Like, I mean, telehealth is like the only one I can think of. Like, I feel like I've gotten more out of my telehealth appointments that I have like actually going in because you get like more individualized time too, and they're not kind of running from place to place. But yeah, I think that's like another thing to consider when people are making like, I guess, decisions on diabetes treatment.
Thank you, Al-Sahara. But yeah, just to recapitulate with the previous question, how has your lived experience like informed your advocacy? So yeah, definitely would love to hear your thoughts. And
I'll jump in first. I think it's helped my advocacy because I was 17 years old. I didn't meet my first type 1 diabetic until I was about 20. I had the opportunity to go to Michigan State University. I played football at Michigan State University, and a kid that wrote me a letter, and I'm still in contact with him to this day. He was 13 at the time. But what it made me realize is after reading the letter, him saying that I saved a couple touchdowns, go beat Ohio State the next week, like it made me feel good inside, but it made me realize how important it was for me in the platform that I was on to speak out about this, which at that time, like I said, 3 years in, I didn't know how important it was to speak about it. And, I thank him to this day for writing me that letter, Nate Bob. He's actually a CDCS now. So it's cool to see like that transition of you kind of mentoring somebody when they were younger, and then also actually really feeling how powerful it is for you to use your voice and advocate, not just for yourself, but millions of other people living with this disease. Like I said, that's like a family of mine that was away from home when I was at Michigan State, when I attended Michigan State University. And it just made me, like I said, it made me realize like, this is way bigger than me, So how can I not talk about these issues? How can I not talk about these things, the trials and the tribulations of living with diabetes? Because there are a lot of ups and downs, but at the end of the day, I think this community is very important. And then I'll take it even a step further. My reason for coming I live in California. I moved here about a year and a half ago, and I moved to San Diego. And I know one of the first things that I did is when I touched down, I got in contact with Lauren Figg, and she's extremely awesome. And, I told her that I want to jump in more on the advocacy side to kind of push and change the narrative of what the health inequalities look like, because I think we know what they look like, but it's like, how do we change them? And I think by having these panels that we have on here with these lovely panelists today, and I think just continue to talk about these issues, but not just talk about them, actually bring them to light. So people have to see how far removed it is from your suburban neighborhoods to your underserved resourced areas, or under-resourced, because at the end of the day, nobody should have to struggle living with this disease. Nobody should have to struggle on getting access to insulin, getting access to the technology, which essentially helps you live your best life with diabetes. But number one, no one should ever have to fight. We already fight every single day living with diabetes. So no one should have to fight to stay alive from not having insulin, in my opinion.
Yeah, I need that on a shirt right now. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Mariana, Al-Sahara, Tracy. Yep.
So I mean, just like Brandon, like totally agree with everything that's spot on. I think the way it like how advocacy and just living with type 1 diabetes has really shaped my life is that it really has impacted my career choices. It's impacted my field of study. It's impacted everything I do in my life, whether that be pursuing law degree for human rights law, because I have this passion to be an advocate, to be a voice, where I'm at right now, being an advocate for families and what that looks like. And also understanding that when I come against barriers, whether it be accommodations that are granted to me through the ADA via my work or my school, and I have to fight, knowing that in those moments of despair and just not having hope, reminding myself that everything that I do, I look back and I know there's going to be a kid or another type 1 diabetic who is going to prosper because of my fight. So that's how advocacy has really shifted my life in 360, where I wanted to be a teacher. Now I want to go into law. Where I'm looking at policies. So I think that's amazing. And I mean, T1 International has really helped me get there in regards to like, how does that work within our social media, which I think is amazing. It's a good and bad thing. As we all know, there's good about social media and there's bad about social media. But right now the good is that I have individuals in my life, like everyone here, who support me, who can talk to me, and who can really just connect with me in those moments of despair and just lost hope, and realizing that that's not the case, that we're doing great work and we're moving forward, and each step is a step forward, regardless of how small or how big. So
thank you. Al-Sahara, Tracy.
Yeah, so good points, Marianne and Brandon. Like, I completely agree with everything. I think like for me, it's really hard because like I think that people have a lot of like misconceptions about diabetes, like we've already talked about, and it's really hard to like, I mean, do kind of having diabetes is frustrating, and sometimes you're like educating yourself, but then also having people kind of tell you like what's best for you can be really, even like it just adds so much more stress. So where was I going with this? Wait, can you repeat the question? Because I'm like
Yes, sure. How has your lived experience and what we have talked throughout this panel influenced and informed your advocacy and the work that you've been doing?
Oh yeah. Okay. So I wanted to join T1D, T1 International, sorry. I wanted to like be part of it because of like the fact that I felt like I didn't have an advocate, you know. Like Ever is kind of my like own advocate, and like I had my mom, but in terms of like diabetes, it was kind of us learning everything on our own. And I feel like because I just like really wanted a community, because I feel like I've learned so much more from like other diabetics than I have from even like my doctors or like my nurses. Like I spend so much time just like on Google and like reading through like people who are diabetic, like forums of like what people have done, and usually like what they have to say just helps me so much more because they get it, you know. So that's like advocacy is so important to me, because I hope like one day it makes someone else's life a lot easier.
Absolutely, thank you. And then Tracy?
For me, as you guys have all said, I agree with all of you and I appreciate all of your voices. I am not alone on my T1D soapbox anymore. I'm not shouting to the world by myself. I have all of you to bounce ideas off of and to understand from, and to just kind of know that I'm not alone with this very isolated thing. And for my daughter, trying to make sure that as she grows and she sees me advocating for her and she advocates for herself over the summer, we did some direct action and she's out there holding up signs herself. And she's like, this is for me for the time I not your insurance, or if anything could happen in your life, you're able to advocate and take care of yourself, just to empower her and to see her be able to talk to other people, other children, and to be able to help others that are that I can meet online and in other communities. So that's what it means.
Thank you, Tracy. And I think, I mean, just to kind of like close our conversation today, I think that one of the most powerful themes that has come up in our conversation has been really the fostering a sense of community, fostering the sense of unity. And I think we live in a time that allows for that to happen, and we're living it right now, right? We're in this space. It's not only all, you know, five of us, math, but it's like all the different people that are like right now also in this Zoom call, in this webinar. And yeah, so it is incredible what a sense of community can accomplish for our advocates, for patients, for people who are struggling day to day. And when we come up together and when we come together, we are capable of doing incredible things. So I want to thank you all so much for being part of the panel. It's been amazing to have you all. And I have mentioned this to a couple of you, I mean, I think all of you are aware of this, but for the folks also in the call, we do have a bit of an update, because this has been a conversation that T1 International has had for a while. Last year, we had a similar panel. And as we grow and we continue to learn from the experiences of our advocates, we are also pushing for change within. A few weeks ago, T1 International proudly announced the creation of our Communities of Color working group, which is aiming to build, you know, it's building on our longstanding Communities of Color campaign and taking one step forward, making sure that we're creating goals because we want to be as open, as inclusive, diverse, you know, to the point that it reflects the real diabetes community that is out there in our communities in the world. These spaces for advocates who identify as Black, Indigenous, or people of color, and hopefully it will allow for important conversations like today's, and plans of action about the work and the impact that T1 International is going to be doing on historically excluded and marginalized communities. So this group is going to be open for any BIPOC advocate that would like to become involved. And if you're more interested in if you are interested in being part of it and you want more information, feel free to email me at Morales Sanchez at T1International.com. I'll put it in the chat in a little bit. Tracy is already part of the working group, but definitely I look forward to creating and building community with a lot more advocates. So thank you again. Thank you so much, Brandon, Al-Sahara, Mariana, Tracy. As always, you have been amazing, and I'm very grateful to be in this space and in community with you all. So thank you.
Thank you, Jesus. You did amazing.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
guys.
That was awesome. Certainly my heart is full, and thank you all so much for sharing today. Representation in our community is hugely important because diabetes doesn't discriminate. Addressing inequalities in our healthcare and in our community is a pillar of what T1 International is all about. And it's something that we are striving towards every single day in our work. So thank you so much. We value diverse voices and perspectives from the diabetes community, and we are so fortunate to have an incredible group of performers who have created our next original piece, especially for us today. So we're proud to share with each and every single one of you in 100 years.
Ooh, nice. 100. No, I'm just joking. It's 259.
Hi, I'm Diana. You can call me Anna, and I'm coming to you from Alameda, California, home of the Ohlone people. I myself was born in New Brunswick, New Jersey.
What up? I'm BJ, and I'm coming from you live from Tempe, Arizona, and originally I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. Gateway to the West.
Hey, I'm Diana as well, and I am coming to you from the land of the Tongva, Keech, and Chumash peoples, also known as Los Angeles, California.
I've been living with type 1 diabetes for 26 years.
24 years.
17 years. I was diagnosed when I was 20. How old were you?
I was 11.
4.
What is something you wish someone had told you earlier?
That saturated fat causes insulin resistance, so while I can eat whatever I want, there are consequences.
That diabetes doesn't control my life, that I control diabetes.
What do you wish someone had told you sooner?
How many people around the world are managing this condition?
Can I ask you two something personal?
Sure.
Sure.
How much does your diabetes cost you, roughly, like each month?
$90 to $95.
Yeah, about the same. 95, give or take.
I pay over $600 a month. I mean, insulin costs me $35, but I have to pay hundreds of dollars for insurance in order to pay $35 for insulin a month.
My job covers my insurance. Thank God.
Same here.
So, what's your go-to snack for a low blood sugar?
Dates.
Bananas.
Peanut butter. Yeah, Peter Pan to be exact.
What do you do more of because you live with diabetes?
Pay more attention to what I eat.
Being disciplined and exercising and dieting. How about you?
Think about food, carbs, exercise.
Oh, I hate counting carbs so much.
I hate exercise. I used to love exercise. I was an athlete before getting diagnosed, and now when I exercise, I crash too hard, so I just avoid it. I mean, so what do you do less of?
Drinking.
Me too. Oh man, me too.
Our options are limited.
I tried to join the military.
I tried to join the Peace Corps.
You know, when I was 18, I tried to join the military, but they said that they couldn't provide insulin for me and I was a liability. But they sure made me sign up for the draft, just in case.
Can either of you think of a time when you've had an advantage because of type 1?
No.
Nope.
What do you fear most about diabetes?
Needing dialysis?
Dying young.
Living without insulin and just watching my body deteriorate bit by bit.
I also fear dying first in the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, I'm going straight for Walmart's pharmacy. All of them. So
My partner will be there right with you. He is my biggest support in managing my diabetes. So who's part of your support team?
My doctor, my nurse. I love my nurse, Ana Perez. I also love my fiance and my family.
yeah, my wife and my mom are my biggest supporters. My mom was a single parent for the longest time, and so when I finally got kicked off her insurance, I was like, that's when diabetes became real to me. I had to get my own insurance.
I can relate. For me, it was a series of moments, really. I mean, the older I get, the clearer it is to me that if I don't manage this condition, my quality of life suffers.
And we three are fortunate to currently have access to what we need to manage it. We have access to insulin. I mean, 1 in 2 people who need it don't have access to it right now.
Who wants this cookie? I want this cookie. It's Insulin's birthday, so I deserve a cookie. Without you, Insulin, I couldn't eat this cookie. You couldn't see me be happy right now and not pass out without insulin. So, this one's for you.
Happy birthday to you. Woo! Happy birthday to you. Woo! Happy birthday, dear Insulin. Happy birthday to you. Thank you.
100 is so old. 100 is revered. A century seasoned with lives saved, stories told, people with diabetes and dreams, people with diabetes and opportunities, and families and full, healthy, robust, complicated lives. Happy birthday, Insulin, and thank you.
Huzzah! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
100 years ago, insulin was discovered. And 100 is the number I'm aiming for in the US for my blood sugar to be. By some statistics, 1 in 100 people has type 1. 100 is a perfect score on a test, but is perfection really the best goal? Is 100 enough when less than 100% of us who need insulin have access to it? I'm grateful for these 100 years, but 100 isn't always whole. It's not always a complete picture. I mean, 100 pennies is how much Frederick Banting, Dr. Charles Best, Professor J.J.R. McLeod, and James Collip each sold their insulin patents to the University of Toronto for. So why does it now cost hundreds of dollars? I'm going to celebrate this discovery. I'm going to celebrate that because of this discovery, we've stayed alive to live another 17, 26, and 21 years.
I'm celebrating the T1 International community and the fact that we're coming together on this day.
I'm celebrating so I can keep advocating, so I can keep going. I mean, I'm celebrating so I have the strength to advocate for insulin for all. I am not blind to the inequities. I am not blind to how much further we have to go. But in order to have the strength to keep on keeping on, I need to celebrate how far we've come.
Dear 100, some days I seem so close to you, and other days I seem halfway across the world. 100 steps I'll take, 100 miles I'll walk just to feel complete. 100 degrees and the heat is still rising. Why are we dividing? Thriving for profit under corporation outfits? Stop it. I want to live life, not just survive. I'm a tough SOB, but I don't want my future grandchildren to have to fight like me. Some days I sit and I ponder, where will we be at in 100 years?
Where will we be in 100 years?
Where can we be in 100 years?
I'm here just to give you a brief reminder about our 1 in 2 digital demonstration that is happening right now through Monday, September the 20th. As you've heard today, insulin accessibility and affordability continues to be an issue for people living with diabetes in the entire world. We know that 1 in 2 people who need insulin cannot reliably access it or afford it, and this is happening 100 years after the discovery of insulin. This is not right. Something needs to change. We need to ensure that 100% of the people that need insulin can access it at any point, no matter what. If you haven't already, please consider participating in our 1 in 2 digital demonstration. All you have to do is share a picture, share a selfie, or one of our pre-made graphics explaining what does 1 in 2 mean to you. And you can also use the hashtags #InsulinForAll or #Insulin1 in 2. Make sure to also tag a friend and ask them to do the same. The more people that participate, the better. You can also find more information about our demonstration at t1international.com/digital demo. And also, if you're able to, consider donating to T1 International. We do not accept pharma money, and we will never accept pharma money. All your donations will go towards ensuring that our fight for insulin for all continues. So thank you so much for joining us today, and have a good rest of your evening.
So today was about coming together as a community, and advocacy is work, and advocacy is hard, and you could probably even say advocacy is hard work. But what we've seen and what we've heard today is why it's so vital that we have to keep pushing for change as a collective community. We're only going to be able to do this together. We at T1 International are in absolute awe of the dedication that so many of you show to this movement. And we hope that you've been inspired by a variety of the perspectives that we've been able to share. And it's just a tip of the iceberg in terms of the short stories that exist in this world. And there's so many more that we're hoping to share in the future. Giving thanks is very important to me. Thanks is about the gratitude that gets lost in normal conversation. So I want to say on behalf of our entire team, thank you so much to our speakers, to our global partners, for our advocates, for every single volunteer who has associated with us, for sharing their stories, their perspectives, their experiences today and every day. And a huge thank you to everyone else. Thank you to Arnold Ventures for making this event free and making this event possible. Thank you to every single one of you who is able to donate. Thank you, every one of you who is able to attend. It means the world to us as we continue to fight for insulin for all and a world where every single person who needs healthcare has access to it. Healthcare is a human right, and we're going to continue to hammer that point home across the world. Thank you to my colleagues at T1I's staff for making this event happen. And thank you to the incredible community of volunteers that keeps this work moving forward, and the work that you do every single day. And thank you to each and every one of you for joining us today. And for anybody who is interested in learning more or about getting involved in this movement with us, please stay on the Zoom for our final session as we talk about how you can get involved with the Insulin for All movement and T1 International as an organization. Thank you all so much as we pass it over to our final session of the day. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure that's my favorite part of the entire day.
Definitely. Definitely.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Sorry, my apologies. So just real quick, thank you for being with us today. It's been a lovely day, and I'm glad to see you all here. So just real quick, getting us started. Prior to starting this last session, I just want to just instruct you all a little bit. So in the bottom of your screen, there's going to be a button that says reactions. When you click on it, there's going to be an option called raise hand. So please, at some point throughout this session, we will ask you to utilize this feature so that we can get your questions. So if you have any technical difficulties, feel free to also put them in the chat. There's going to be staff from T1 International that will be able to help you in case there's some technical difficulties. So yeah, thank you so much for sticking around and enjoy.
Okay, hi everyone. I also just wanted to say that we have digital advocates here. We have global advocates, people in our global advocacy network. And so just know that when you're asking your questions about getting involved with us, you can ask about any role that makes sense to you or that you're interested in. So my name is Katie Soros. I'm the global advocacy consultant with T1 International. I've introduced myself already. And I will pass it along to the next person in the staff team who'd like to introduce themselves.
Hi everyone, I'm Yamarai. I'm from Zimbabwe. I've lived with diabetes for 17 years now. My 17th anniversary was this week, and I'm a global. I'm part of the Global Advocacy Network. I'll pass it on to the next speaker.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stephanie Arsenault, and I am in Salt Lake City, Utah. I have had type 1 diabetes for almost 37 years. My husband also has type 1, and our only son, I should say our only child, does as well. I appreciate T1 International having this panel today, and I hope we can answer a lot of your questions for you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Elizabeth. I'm a digital advocate for Type 1 International. I've been an advocate since August 2020. I was also diagnosed with type 1 diabetes about 14 years ago.
All right. Hi, everyone. You've met me already, but hi, my name is Jesus Morales Sanchez. I'm the advocacy manager with T1 International, and I've been living with diabetes since October of 2018.
Hi everyone, I'm Tolu, and you've met me already, and I'm the support engagement coordinator for T1 International, and I'm also part of the digital advocacy. So if you have any questions about being a digital advocate, feel free to ask away.
And I'm Elizabeth Beester, founder and executive director. You heard from me at the beginning of the day. I'm here to help answer any questions as well. And really, really glad to have some of our volunteers here to help you have the firsthand experience of what it's like. So we look forward to hearing from you, and yeah, ready for audience questions of anything at all that you might want to know. There are no silly questions, so feel free to ask away.
And again, just a reminder, if you can just use the raise hand feature on Zoom, that would be super helpful so that we can then like unmute you and like you can ask your question directly. So yeah.
I'm seeing some questions come into the chat, which is great. Have you made any new connections from being a digital advocate is one?
Yeah, I can take that one. I have 100% made new connections as being a digital advocate. Actually, one example that just happened last week, I'm a freshman in college. And actually, through being a digital advocate, there's someone else at my college who's an upperclassman, who's also a digital advocate. And we were able to get lunch last week, which was amazing to have someone at my college who also has diabetes to be a resource for me. But I've also made connections through our meet and greets. I've been to 2 meet and greets so far, where the digital advocates just get together and talk about anything we want, life with diabetes or technology, you know, issues related to insulin access. And I feel like I've definitely made a few friends. I follow so many people on Instagram who are also digital advocates. And, you know, we talk, we respond to each other's stories. I'd feel super comfortable reaching out and asking any of them for tips and stuff like that. And I've also just gotten to know the staff of T1 International as well. So if you're looking to meet other diabetics or just other people in the diabetes community as a whole, being a digital advocate is a great way to do that.
And then there's a question here. Can you suggest the projects for 20 fourth graders? Have you ever had a group of school children become digital advocates? So pretty much anyone can get involved with advocacy. We do ask that anyone that's under the age of 16 do have to get consent from a caregiver or parent. And we do have that form that we will send out to them if that's something that they're interested in taking part in.
Thank you, Tolu. That's a great point. I would also say I'm sure there are options that we can come up with. Perhaps digital advocates. There's always complications with internet engagement and depending on, again, permissions and things like that. But love the idea of a group of 24th graders wanting to get involved. So that could be something that we sort of think creatively about, of what might be the most fun for them and the way to make an impact for us. Maybe a small fundraiser or just some sort of activity. Again, if there's consent with photos and showing that they're engaged with the cause, there's lots of things that we could do to maybe educate them and have them support the cause too. So lots of creative juices can get flowing on that one, I think.
Yeah, and I think one last one, and like Liz, you can like chime in and make sure that it makes sense. If they're willing to, they can also like help create one of these signs. And the signs themselves could be part of our digital challenge. Just like, really bringing awareness that 1 in 2 people living with diabetes cannot have regular access to insulin around the world. So thank you for that question.
Great.
I'm noticing that we have a hand raised, but I have just lost where
the person on the screen.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Hi, everyone. First, I want to say like a huge thank you. This has been like such a cool experience, and just like getting insight from everybody else who like shares the same experiences I do has just been completely amazing. I had kind of like a multi-step question, I guess. First, I am really interested in being a digital advocate, and like I want to know like more information about how I can go about that. But also I had a question specifically for Tolu. I think you mentioned that you're an RN, and I think Mariana mentioned this in her segment, how being type 1 diabetic has really influenced like her career path and like what she wanted to do. And I've like experienced that a lot because I wanted to go into healthcare because of my experiences and like what I've seen. So I'm like in nursing school right now. I'm going to graduate in the spring. So I felt that like nursing was a really kind of involved career. And like we learn about like, as a nurse, you're a patient advocate and like these are all the things that you do and blah, blah, blah. So I guess my question is in that aspect, like, how do you feel like, because in the US at least, like we kind of view the healthcare system as like a failed system, if you will. And as a patient, like you have this view of the healthcare system, but then like as a healthcare worker, like you're in the system. So I guess like, I know you said that you work in the UK, but how do you think you can like overcome being an advocate like in your workplace as well as through T1I International, and just like kind of how to like go with that struggle of not being like part of the problem, but being part of the solution, if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm kind of having this like internal struggle because I want to obviously help on a personal level, because like when you take care of a patient, and like even me, like that was one of the big reasons why, again, I went into this, and specifically in pediatrics, like I'm really interested in pediatrics. And I saw on one of my clinical rotation days, I had a patient that was type 1 diabetic, and I just like connected with him so much. And I was like so moved by him and his family. And I really felt like, again, I think multiple people mentioned this, but like the thought of I'm doing this so that somebody else, like you can just hold somebody else's hand and tell them like, I know what you're going through, and like you don't have to go through this alone. And I just think that like I want to do more than just on like an individual patient level, but more of like a system level, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your question. And honestly, it's diabetes that got me changing career path from anesthesia to nursing, because I could see that there were gaps in the healthcare system in understanding what diabetes is, even though we learned it in school, but it's still very vague and very strange to people. And it's a lot to learn, which is understandable. And like we mentioned, we are our own advocate. We are our best advocate. And I think that you're in a very unique situation where you have the experience of being, correct me if I'm wrong, do you have type 1 diabetes?
Yes, I do, for like 17, 18 years, I think.
Exactly. So you have a unique experience of having type 1 diabetes and being in the system. And, when we learn in nursing school, the first step of any care pathway is assessment. And you've assessed and realized that, there are gaps, and this is stuff that we can do better. And honestly, using your personal experience, if you feel comfortable with that and just sharing that in your workplace. I had to advocate for myself as a nurse and as a patient, little things like making sure I get my breaks. And when they say, oh, why do you need another break? That is my chance not only to advocate for myself, but to advocate for other people with diabetes. And that's kind of a way to share knowledge, like, this is what happens if you don't get your break. This is what happens when, just like taking my insulin in front of people and they ask me questions. And that's a way to kind of break down that uncomfortable conversation and the unknown. I think that there are so many ways to get involved with advocacy as a nurse, depending on what your passion is. I know you're passionate about pediatrics, and there's so many. You can be a pediatric endocrinologist, do endocrinology. You can work in a diabetes clinic. You could do public health nursing and work directly in the community. There's so many career paths, and I strongly encourage people that do have experience, if that's what they're comfortable with, have experience with diabetes and are in the healthcare field, to truly get involved and raise more voices within our community. I don't know if that answered your question.
Yes, it did. Thank you so much. And I was going to say something else, like the part you said where you kind of like, you're your own advocate. I feel like I've already experienced that just by being in nursing school, not even in the actual career yet. Like when we were going over our like diabetes section, there was a slide that my professor talked about in our pharmacology class about insulin. And she was saying how, before insulin was a death sentence for patients. And because of Eli Lilly, like now everybody's great. And I kind of like interrupted her, and this was like all during Zoom. And I was like, yes, that's true, but like it's still a death sentence. And I would really appreciate it if like maybe moving on, like you could add a slide about mutual aid and about, I mentioned like T1I International, and like these are things that nobody knows is going on. And to somebody else who's in my class who's going to be a nurse, they just think like, oh, like it was a problem and now there's a solution, but it's like that's not how it is in real life. So I just kind of felt like that was something that needed to be said.
Yeah, I always talk during those classes. I'll be like, well, actually, this is what happened to me. And they're like, wow, okay, tell me more. So I think you're doing a great job. And nursing school is definitely tough on its own, on mental health, and then to have diabetes on top and sitting through all those exams. You truly have to use the resources that are available to you. And if you need special accommodations, make sure you speak up for yourself, because nobody truly understands what you're going through if you don't speak up and advocate.
And I was just going to add one more thing, not that you've covered so much, and obviously you have the firsthand from a nursing perspective, but what you just shared about kind of saying, well, not everybody has access to insulin. I think that, no matter if you are in the healthcare system or whatever your job and your role is, but particularly in the healthcare system, just taking that opportunity to like educate other people around you and like have them understand that the system is actually really broken, and that, on a systemic level, we need to understand the influence that the industry has, and that, yes, insulin is saving lives, but it's also being kept out of the hands of so many. And it sounds like you're already doing that. And to me, that's advocacy on a systemic level. But just as much as we can sort of scale that up by coming together and continuing to shout, the better, I think.
Thank you, guys. I
have one additional thing to add to that. So when you get into nursing, the career, in your first year, you get to do, I don't know if it's like that in every state, but most states, you get to do 1 year of like a nurse residency, and you have a choice to pick a topic that you're passionate about. And that is a great way as well to do advocacy and raise awareness, because you're going to present to hundreds of people, and new nurses as well. And just to break that generational of not understanding really what diabetes is, and actually educating people as new nurses as they go into their career.
Thank you to you both. I'm seeing a question in the chat box from Fiona to Yimirai. So in your role, Yimirai, as a global advocate, did you have any prior advocacy experience when you got started with us?
Okay, so let me start off by sharing a statement. And if some of you have followed me through the years, then you'll know the statement. So I remember 13 years ago now, someone came to me, a classmate came to me and said, "Sweetheart, if you don't mind, can you go and take your injections in the bathroom? Because we're scared of your injections." And this statement has literally haunted me throughout the years. During this period, I remember dropping 2 vials of insulin on the bathroom floor, and in one of the incidences, I ended up drawing insulin from the bathroom floor and injecting it because I didn't want a spike. And so from that day on, I told myself that I'd speak up for myself. And now I don't only speak up for myself, I speak up for people who are like me. And so before joining T1 International, I actually started working with Liz in 2013, I think, just when she started T1 International. I didn't have much advocacy experience, but I have definitely grown in advocacy since 2013. I'm part of advocate for myself. I've been part of T1 International for the longest time, and I think it's the organization that I've been with for the longest time now. So yes, I maybe just a little bit of advocacy experience before joining T1 International, but definitely, I think I've grown much through hearing people's experiences, through seeing what other people go through over the years. And so, yes, not much experience before joining T1 International, but I've grown with T1 International. I've been a part of other organizations and, still growing in advocacy. So if that, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Yamarai. It definitely does. We so appreciate you, and that's such a vivid image, the story that kind of brought you to being an advocate for yourself and others. So thank you. I also thought that maybe I would ask that same question to Stephanie, if you had prior advocacy experience and kind of what brought you to T1 International.
Thank you for asking me that question. So I had what I would call the lonely advocacy experience, where I would, talk to family and friends about type 1 diabetes. I would send off emails to my representatives occasionally when type 1 diabetes was a topic in the news. But other than that, I didn't really have much experience, to be honest. I came to T1 International through the founder of our Utah chapter, Mindy Hooley, through a post that I saw that she made. And I've been part of this great community ever since. It's really been amazing to finally be around those that understand what it's like living with diabetes.
Thank you, Stephanie.
And then I see another question for Stephanie, actually, in the chat from Beth, who would like to know, Stephanie, about your experience as a chapter leader. What's the time commitment like, and what have you learned through your role?
That's another great question. So the time commitment I'll start with first. I think it's really whatever you would like to make it. It really is dependent on the goals that you have for your chapter and what you want to work on. It also depends on how the chapter has been built before you walk into the role. So I'd like to say that's really up to you. And, as I stated in my introduction, I've had type 1 diabetes a long time. I have other autoimmune diseases. My husband has type 1, my son. So I have a full plate already, but I always can find time for advocacy. There's always time to help those that have diabetes. So I don't want the time commitment to frighten anyone. Like I said, it's really, what you want to put into it. And I've learned so much through the role, so much in a short amount of time. I came to the chapter about 2 years ago, And I started out as media lead, then I was regional lead before I became chapter leader. I've learned how to advocate better for those with type 1 diabetes and all forms of diabetes. I've learned how to help to break apart stereotypes, how to combat stigma. There's just so much. It's been incredible. And I'm grateful for the experience. It really has changed my life. I no longer feel alone, and that's very empowering.
That just made me really happy. Sorry, I had to voice that. But thank you, Stephanie, for sharing that.
I think you've kind of answered this, but I was going to say if each of you could just share maybe briefly, if you could say something to maybe somebody who's on this call who's like considering getting more involved, whatever role that may be, what would you say?
If you're considering getting involved, go for it. T1 International is such a great community to be a part of. I've absolutely loved my time working with this organization, and the people that I've met are absolutely amazing. My favorite part of this organization is how global it is. I love meeting and working with diabetics from all around the world. That's been a highlight for me. And if you're considering, go for it.
I would say that the same thing. If you're considering getting involved, get involved. There are so many different roles and opportunities to advocate, and there is so much information on our website as well. And if you require specific information, feel free to reach out to us, and we are more than happy to answer them.
Yeah, I would echo what everyone else said. If you're on the fence about getting involved, just get off it and jump in. There's so much you can do, and you can decide, as I said before, how much you want to put into it, how much you can put into it. Just sharing posts from T1 International is advocacy. So it's a really empowering feeling to know that you're helping your community and you're making a difference, regardless of how much time you put into your advocacy.
Any thoughts from you, Yamrai? What you would say if somebody was considering getting involved?
So just like everyone's just said it, everyone else has said it. Just do it. Just do it.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Unless we have any final questions, we'll perhaps call that a wrap. Appreciate the three of you being here. And yeah, I'm sure if anyone has further questions, we can connect you with these folks, or we can answer many of the questions ourselves. So if you find yourself with further questions after this event, don't hesitate to reach out.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you all know that we'll post some links in the chat box now. So if you're looking to volunteer with our USA chapters or our Global Advocacy Network, you can find links to apply to both on our website. And if you live primarily in the US, you can learn more and apply on our learn more and apply for our Insulin for All state chapters webpage. And we're popping a link to that in the chat now. So that should be going in. And then if you live in any country besides the US and you want to apply to join our Global Advocacy Network, you can find out more information about volunteering with us and apply on our Global Advocacy Network webpage. And that link is going in the chat box now as well. You'll find a big red button down at the bottom of the page that says Learn More and Apply. And maybe you felt like the role of digital advocate would be a good role for you. And I think that one is going into the chat box for us now as well. There's a contact form that you can use once you've read about that role to reach out to us. And so all of these are on our website, and you can also get involved by following us on social media. So that's at T1 International on Insta, Facebook, and Twitter. And we just really thank you so much for being here today and wanting to be involved. And so don't hesitate to reach out to us for questions. Thanks again to our amazing panelists for being here and for the work that they do every day to support T1 International's mission and to make sure that Insulin for All becomes a reality.
Thank you. And like I said, get involved. You won't regret it.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much for being part of this.
Me and Fiona were going.